Chapter 1535. At Nyo Weili's command, a group of yamen runners stammered forward and hurriedly carried the corpses out of the severely burned house. In the end, only pieces of the corpses were left. After all, they had all been burned to ashes. The coroner was directly carried on the back of a horse all the way from the magistrate's office. At this moment, the coroner was still wearing his pajamas. When he saw the ground full of corpses, the coroner's entire body felt unwell. Nyo Weili covered his nose and pointed at the corpses. "Hurry up and find out how these people died." At this moment, the commoners had already scattered to put out the fire. After all, such a horrifying scene would only give them nightmares. However, every commoner was puzzled. Who would be so crazy as to kill people here? This was the warehouse of one of the more famous pharmacies in Shi City. Normally, people rarely came here, but now, even though such a big incident had happened, no one from the pharmacy had come. Could it be that the black-hearted shopkeeper had taken advantage of the chaos to make money from the dead? For a moment, the sounds of discussion, arguments, and curses were louder than the sound of the explosion. Moments later, the coroner covered his nose and began to rummage through the corpses with relish. Nyo Weili, as well as the bailiffs, couldn't help but wonder if the coroner had some sort of bad habit. After a while, the coroner carried an arm and hurried over to Nyo Weili, who was sitting on the side and vomiting. When Nyo Weili, his advisor, and the yamen runners saw this, they started vomiting again. Nyo Weili pointed at the coroner with a trembling hand and shouted, "Stop right there, you motherf asterisk cur. Throw that thing away for Lao Tzu and talk to Lao Tzu properly. My lord, this humble one has carefully examined these people. They died from knife wounds. Almost all of them were killed from the back, neck, or heart with a single blow, murder." At this moment, Nyo Weili could no longer care about anything else. Today's fire and that incident were all very strange. Especially Zhang Shan's incident. Wasn't it already like this when it came out? What exactly was here? Nyo Weili covered his nose with one hand and asked with narrowed eyes, "What is that thing in your hand?" "Sir, look." When the coroner heard this, he hurriedly raised the arm and walked over. Nyo Weili was so frightened that he hurriedly stopped him. "Sir, please tell me. I don't need to see it. Just tell me." Seeing this, the coroner gave up. "There's nothing special about this arm, but what's special about it is the only thing that can prove his identity. It's an official's robe." Nyo Weili's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly asked, "Is what you said true? Official robes? Could this person be?" Without thinking too much, Nyo Weili hurriedly went forward to check which arm. His arm had long been charred, but it was only the size of a palm that was intact. There was a trace of burnt hair on it, as if it was the head that was used as a pillow. The government was green. In other words, this person's rank is at least a 5th-grade official. Then, can you find any tokens on these people? Nyo Weili hurriedly asked. Lord, you should report this to the Ministry of Justice. I reckon that the people here are all officials, and their ranks are at least higher than yours." Nyo Weili was dumbfounded. Although this eccentric coroner was a little perverted, he was someone he brought over from Lantian. He was a talent, at least in terms of autopsy. He had never made a mistake. It was also because of this that Nyo Weili was dumbfounded. There were some things that he was clear about, but there were also some things that he was just a minor official. How could he get involved in? Even more so, this damn Zhang Feng. If you have any plans, you should tell me in advance. Do you have to torture me to death? Nyo Weili did not think too much. He hurriedly found someone to hide the body nearby and hurried to the Imperial City Gate. He knew that something big would happen in Chang'an City tonight. Especially this sudden fire. Only a ghost would believe that it was a natural fire. On the other hand, Yuchi Gong was like a spinning top, jumping around on his horse in Chang'an City. He was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that the fire did not spread to the East Palace, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was leaning on the stone lion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, panting and smoking. At this moment, a general came up to Yuchi Gong cautiously and whispered, "General, something happened over there." Yuchi Gong waved his hand weakly. "Something happened. Do you think I need you for decoration? You went to do it for Lao Tzu." If it were in the past, he would have slapped him. But tonight, he really did not have any strength left. Seeing this, the brigadier general finally calmed down and said carefully, "General, our men just found 100 scattered corpses in the fire." "What?" This time, Yuchi Gong woke up instantly. However, at this moment, suddenly, a horse galloped over and interrupted Yuchi Gong. That person seemed to have seen Yuchi Gong in his shiny armor and hurriedly shouted from afar, "General, 39 bodies were found in the fire in Gangxi City. They are suspected to be officials from various departments." Buzz. Chapter 1536. Yuchi Gong's head was about to explode. Tonight's fire was strange to begin with, and now there were so many corpses, including the corpses of more than 30 officials. "Have you investigated the identities of the 100 or so corpses here? Also, tell me, how did these people die?" Nyo Weili was trembling all over. More than 100 corpses. Nyo Weili glanced at the place where thick smoke was still rising behind him, and his eyelids twitched. This was the place closest to the imperial palace, and also the harshest place in Chang'an. Yet, so many people had died here. Then, who killed them? Suddenly, Nyo Weili thought of something terrifying. The question was, who killed these people? However, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly recounted what had just happened, and the brigadier general's account was almost the same as his. Yuchi Gong was silent for a moment when he heard this. Then he glanced at the fire in the darkness and said, "All of you go down and secretly investigate all suspicious people, especially those in the fire. If there is anyone suspicious, you can kill them first and report later. If you can capture them alive for Lao Tzu. As long as they can talk and breathe, it's fine." After that, Yuchi Gong shouted angrily at the city gates, "Old man Yuchi Gong, open the gates." As soon as he entered the city gates, Yuchi Gong spurred his panting warhorse as if he was flying. He raised the great general's token high up in the air and galloped towards the imperial study. Before Yuchi Gong reached the gate of heaven influence, he saw a group of people holding torches high. Among them was a faintly discernible couch. Yuchi Gong was stunned and quickly pulled on the reins. Did the emperor come out personally? Yuchi Gong's movements and the neighing of the horses attracted the attention of the person on the couch. He hurriedly shouted, "Are you General Yuchi?" Yuchi Gong was stunned. He quickly said, "Greetings, Your Highness. What is the matter?" "Something happened in the city. I'm going to report to the emperor." When Li Qingqian heard this, he waved his hand to have the group stop. He simply flipped over and asked for a horse from one of the guards. He pouted at Yuchi Gong and said, "Imperial Father has given me full authority over this matter." "Uncle, what do you mean by something happening outside the city?" Yuchi Gong looked in the direction of Taiji Palace with some surprise, then looked at the soft couch that belonged to the emperor. He said, "Chang'an, those people that were discovered by spies earlier today have all been killed. And right at the time of the fire." Hearing this, Li Qingqian nodded, not showing any surprise. Yuchi Gong couldn't help but feel displeased. "You brat, why are you putting on airs here?" He hurriedly said, "Your Highness. Many of them are court officials. What do you think we should do?" Yuchi Gong's voice was a little heavy. Li Qingqian could naturally hear this, but at this moment, he was in high spirits, and this was the first time he had received the emperor's affirmation. How could he pay attention to this? He waved his hand faintly and said, "Uncle Yuchi, let's talk as we walk." As he spoke, Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, have the Chamberlain of Imperial insignia scatter around the dungeon where Wang Junqi is being interrogated. Without my permission, no one is to make a sound. Yuchi Gong was a little confused. Chang'an City is already in chaos. Why are you going to the dungeon instead of guarding Chang'an City? Is this how you command people? Uncle Yuchi, don't be angry. Let me explain it to you in detail. Li Qingqian slowly recounted the countermeasures that he had discussed with Li Shimin, as well as everything that had occurred to him. At this point, Yuchi Gong was also a little confused. The Crown Prince already knew about the assassination in the city? Why didn't he stop it? If he had stopped it, they would have been able to dig up some information. This was simply too rash. Your Highness. Although these people deserve to die, they must be punished accordingly, and they must know something. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Qingqian said faintly, just listen to me on this matter. Do you know why these people died? In fact, they are just small fries. How much can they know that is useful? They were just abandoned pawns. They did this just to clean up after themselves, which means they want to get rid of all clues related to that mysterious person. How much do you think a small fry like him would know? So, saving them will cost us more. This is also a chess piece of that mysterious person. They are waiting for us to save them. Once we do that, they will have a plan for the next step. This Wang Junqi is different. He knows more than anyone else. Do you think these people will let him stay safely in the dungeon and tell us everything? So, the target of those assassins is actually Wang Junqi. We only need to sit in the dungeon and wait for their arrival. Isn't that more interesting than catching small fries? When Yuchi Gong heard this, he immediately got on his horse and said, then this old general will go to the dungeon personally. We must catch these bastards today. Li Qingqian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Uncle Yuchi, I will have to trouble you to go to Chang'an City personally and put on a show with me. Chapter 1537. Inside Chang'an City. It was almost time for Inshur. The fire in Chang'an City was also slowly extinguishing. However, the smoke that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed was instantly torn into countless pieces by the mighty war horses, surging wildly in the night wind. Giddy up! Giddy up! By the order of the Crown Prince, all the people should go home quickly and not wander around the city. The war horses galloped in the city, and countless imperial guards and garrison troops of Chang'an joined in. No one knew what they were looking for in the city. The people who had just finished putting out the fire didn't even have time to rest at this time. After hearing the news, everyone was dumbfounded. However, it seemed that in the next moment, everyone thought of those inexplicable corpses at the same time. Then, everyone thought that they had discovered a big secret and hurried back to their homes mysteriously with their families. Those who didn't have a home, or to be precise, those who were burned away, were standing on the street at this time, looking wronged and innocent. All of you, go to the county office quickly. Don't be on the street. Just when everyone was at a loss, Nyo Weili hurriedly rode on a horse on the street and shouted at the top of his voice. At this time, even he had to run away quickly. This was no longer something he could get involved in. What did it mean that the Imperial Guards and the garrison troops of Chang'an City were mobilized at the same time? And that general just now was Yuchi Gong. Even Yuchi Gong was mobilized, and he was personally guarding Chang'an. What did this mean? Was it necessary to mobilize him for a small fire? At this time, with the appearance of the Crown Prince's order, he would be a real fool if he didn't think of it. But this was also good. He could just raise his arm and call for his people to go back and sleep. Wouldn't it be better? It was better to stay away from these things if he could, otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble when the time came. At this time, the operation to clear the streets was carried out. Almost in an instant, the people on the streets disappeared. After the people disappeared, a large number of city guards and garrison troops of Chang'an City were standing directly on every street. Everyone was on full alert, looking for something in every house. In the darkness, there were also countless people who walked out of the corners at this time and disappeared into the night. On the other side, the prison of the Ministry of Justice, located near the Shuani Gate in the Imperial City, was also known as the Celestial Prison. It was the harshest place in the entire Tang dynasty. Those who were able to enter this place had almost no hope of leaving this place. At this moment, the surroundings of the Imperial Prison were as silent as usual. It was as if the prison itself was a synonym for fear and death. Tonight, there was such a huge commotion outside the city, but it still didn't cause the slightest ripple. It was as if what happened outside the city had nothing to do with this place. At this moment, translator, Transin editor, Transin as the fire in Chang and city was gradually extinguished, the chirping of insects near the prison stopped abruptly as if someone had grabbed their throats. A moment later, in the dark, one by one, the figures slowly approached the heavenly prison. Then, they killed all the guards in an instant and entered the heavenly prison in a hurry. In an instant, more than 100 people had entered the heavenly prison. The moment these people entered the heavenly prison, a voice rang out. Li Qingxian, who was in an attic not far away, looked at Wang Junqi, who was tied to a pillar with scars all over his body, with a smile and said, "Uncle Wang, your colleagues are really loyal. If I had come a little later tonight, perhaps you would have been able to go home." Woo woo woo. Wang Junqi saw what happened at the gate of the prison through the bushes. The blue veins on his forehead were exposed. He didn't know the purpose of these people, but if they came, they would definitely not return. He had always underestimated Li Qingxian. He even seemed to suddenly realize that the Lord seemed to have underestimated the Crown Prince. Was this still the indecisive Crown Prince who always did things indecisively? Just a few moments ago, Li Qingxian had brought several hundred chamberlains of imperial insignia along with a man who bore some resemblance to him and whose face had been smashed into smithereens to where he was previously sitting. All of the prisoners in the imperial prison had been replaced by the chamberlains of imperial insignia. Without a doubt, something had happened. These people were no different from the people in the underground palace. At this moment, looking at the hundreds of Jinwu guards that Li Qingxian prepared in this small building, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Li Qingxian ignored him and didn't ask what these people were here for. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go down and have a look. Send the message that we can draw in the net." Following Li Qingxian's order, in an instant, the leader of the personal guards beside him hurriedly whistled into the darkness. The next moment, the sound of a nightingale chirping could be heard. All the people who had arranged here in advance quickly surrounded the prison. There were even hundreds of city guards and garrison troops. It could be said that the prison at this time was the real prison. Chapter 1538. At the same time, in the Celestial Prison. The Celestial Prison was almost built under the Imperial City. It was divided into 3 floors. The bottom floor was the most terrifying water dungeon. Almost everyone who went down had never come up. Although the second floor was better, no one would disturb you on weekdays. Unless it was mealtime and the jailers brought food, most people would not come here. It was so dark here that you couldn't even see your own fingers. The only source of light was the light that shone through the gaps in the wooden lids above, bringing them a trace of warmth and hope. The first floor was the largest. It held almost all the prisoners who needed to be arraigned and those who were awaiting trial. This celestial prison was also the largest and slightly drier place. Although there were beds in the cells here, the grass on the wooden planks was moldy and there were droplets of water dripping from time to time. In the center of the celestial prison, there was a blood-stained execution platform. At this time, on the execution platform, a man with a drooping head had fainted. He was covered with blood and injuries, which almost turned his gray clothes red. Drops of blood were also dripping from the corners of his mouth. Beside the torture device, a few Yamen runners seemed to be tired from the beating. They were drinking wine and chatting about something. In the cells not far away, prisoners were dozing off with numb eyes or snoring loudly in their sleep. At this moment, creak! A slight sound was heard. It instantly woke those guards up. They hurriedly picked up the MO sword in their hands and shouted, "How dare you? Who is it? Who?" Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But what answered them was a few extremely sharp arrowheads. At this time, under their horrified gazes, the arrowheads were inserted into their hearts or throats or between their eyebrows. This time, the cell exploded. Everyone was awakened at this time, or they were awakened by the people next door. "Look! Someone is coming to save us. Wake up, someone is coming to save us. Great, God has opened his eyes. I can finally get out," along with the exclamations. Everyone saw at least a dozen men in black walking into the prison cell. These people were very cautious. They checked the chains at the door of each cell one by one. Then, they observed each prisoner. After making sure that there were no problems, they left. Only then did everyone become more alert. At this moment, a skinny middle-aged man slowly walked into the prison. He was wearing a purple robe with a black mask covering his face. However, he was currently holding a white handkerchief to cover his mouth. He frowned as he looked at the person covered in blood in the middle of the cell. With a wave of his hand, someone immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Great General! Great General! Wake up, we're here to save you." Amidst the shouts, the person trembled and asked in a hoarse voice, "Quick! Save me." Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Turn his face over and wipe it clean." A few of the men in black heard this and hesitated. However, they still hurriedly picked up a bucket of water and poured it over the prisoner's head. In an instant, General Wang screamed and almost fainted again. However, at this moment, he raised his head. The men in black took the opportunity to move his messy hair to the side so that the purple-robed man could see his face clearly. There were 5 scars on General Wang's face. They were the same as the whip scars on his body. After confirming that there was no mistake, the purple-robed man waved his hand in disgust and quickly covered his mouth and nose. "Great General, we're here to send you on your way. Don't blame us for being cruel. You shouldn't have disobeyed His Majesty's orders and acted on your own. You shouldn't have been caught alive. You." General Wang looked at the man in shock. "You dare to do this? Aren't you afraid that you'll be punished?" "Punished?" The purple-robed man laughed. "Do you know how many of our brothers have died because of your recklessness today? Because of your recklessness today, we've wasted a month of planning. Moreover, all of our men in the city have been exposed. Even the people outside the city have been forced to disperse. Do you know what this means? This means that you're no longer important. Your existence has threatened His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty has asked me to send you on your way." Hearing this, the great general. He saw a black-robed man pulling out a sharp dagger and slowly approaching him. The great general was terrified. He looked at the purple-robed man in panic. When the dagger touched his face, the great general finally collapsed. He shouted, "If you don't come out now, I'll really be dead." Hearing this, in an instant, the purple-robed man's expression changed drastically. And those men in black were also dumbfounded. However, just when they were dumbfounded, in an instant, those prisoners who were already obedient took out the crossbows that they had prepared long ago from the grass and the bedding. They fired in unison. Swish swish swish. Chapter 1539. Following a round of shots, the group of men in black were instantly knocked to the ground. But most of them weren't fatal. After all, the Crown Prince's orders were there. He wanted them alive. Not a group of dead people. But at this moment, the purple-robed man and the men in black didn't think so. At this moment, all of them were frightened. They covered their wounds and looked around in horror at the people in prison clothes who were quickly walking out of the cell, as well as the strong crossbows in their hands. This thing, apart from the army and the Golden Guards, who else had it? The purple-robed man's expression changed deeply. He knew they wanted to capture them alive. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, follow me and kill." At this moment, the purple-robed man didn't even want his most beloved white handkerchief. He scampered to the door, surrounded by the crowd. But at this moment, the sound of weapons colliding suddenly came from the door of the cell, accompanied by waves of miserable screams. At this moment, the purple-robed man finally had a trace of fear. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a group of people wearing golden copper armor slowly entered the prison. At this moment, everyone was aghast. They saw Li Qingxian in a white robe gently patting the folding fan in his hand. Surrounded by the Golden Guards, he slowly walked into the underground palace, as if he didn't see this group of people. He walked straight to the purple-robed man and stopped in front of him. "The Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone kneel." The leader of Li Qingxian's guards shouted angrily. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Li Qingxian, the Crown Prince, came personally? At this moment, everyone, including the purple-robed man's mind, was racing. They didn't know what to do. Li Qingxian slowly looked at the purple-robed man and waved his hand indifferently. "Take him down. Anyone who dares to resist, die." With an order, Li Qingxian slowly glanced at the purple-robed man and left. Today, Li Qingxian really had never felt so good. At first, Li Qingxian really didn't understand what Zhang Feng was talking about. But when he heard what Zhang Feng said on the academy's balcony, Li Qingxian had a different feeling. It was the feeling of having everything under the heavens under his gaze. It was like the feeling of a monarch overlooking the world. This feeling was incomparably comfortable. And today, he suddenly felt that this kind of thing was actually not difficult at all. This was what puzzled Li Qingxian the most. It clearly looked very, very difficult, so difficult that he had nowhere to start. But in the end, he had really guessed it. Originally, Li Qingxian's heart was in a mess tonight. If he guessed wrong by even the slightest bit, not to mention whether or not he was right to gain Imperial Father's trust, if something happened tonight, it would be an earth-shattering event. Fortunately, he had already planned this beforehand. This was the first time he had gained his father's trust, and he was able to handle this matter perfectly. At the thought of tomorrow morning's court session, if he were to say that he had dealt with today's matter, then all the officials, hurry up and interrogate Wang Junqi and these people. Before dawn, except for Wang Junqi, I don't care if they're dead or alive. After giving the order, Li Qingxian waved his hand and Wang Junqi was brought into the Eastern Palace alone. This was the safest place. In comparison, as soon as he entered the Eastern Palace, Li Qingxian did not make things difficult for Wang Junqi. Instead, he gave him a table full of food and wine. Although the ropes were not untied, there were still 3 imperial guards behind Wang Junqi, holding sharp blades in their hands, looking at him warily. Li Qingxian lit a cigarette and handed it to Wang Junqi. Seeing Wang Junqi's wariness, he said with a smile, "Uncle Wang, when we were in Wagong, you taught me how to ride a horse. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Although today is somewhat abrupt, this little nephew still has to do his part as a host. It's almost dawn. How about we eat and drink a little?" Seeing this, although Wang Junqi was still wary, he gritted his teeth and took the cigarette in his mouth. Since he was going to die anyway, he was also very surprised as to why Li Qingxian would suddenly come up with such a big plan. When this brat was on the mountain, he was as timid as a mouse. Moreover, he was always timid in everything he did. Even in court, he was like this. But, what was going on today? Could it be that Zhang Feng was the mastermind behind all this? Thinking of this, and thinking of the words of those people in prison, Wang Junqi also wanted to see what Li Qingqian could do. He simply shook his hand that was tied up with hemp rope. Li Qingqian understood and had someone loosen the rope for him. Then he said, "Uncle Wang, this is all prepared for you. Come and have a taste. This is good stuff. Thinking back to when we were in Wagong, I knew that you liked wine. This is tiger jerky that I purposely got from my master, and there's also his precious wine." Wang Junqi rubbed his sore elbow and simply let go of his stomach to eat and drink. After all, even if he wanted to die, he had to eat his fill and have the strength to do so. Seeing Wang Junqi like this, Li Qingqian raised his cup and chatted with Wang Junqi. Generally, they chatted about the past on the mountain and in the army. Slowly, Wang Junqi's wariness was lowered. Just at this moment, Li Qingqian changed the topic and sighed, "Uncle Wang, you also don't want to see the world change, right? Thinking back to when you were on the mountain, you always wanted a world of peace. But, you see." Wang Junqi was stunned. He slowly put down the wine cup in his hand. Smiling faintly, he said, "Your Highness, if you have any questions, there's no harm in asking." Without waiting for Li Qingqian to be surprised, he continued, "But, you know my temper, so I'll have to trouble you to talk less." Chapter 1540. Li Qingqian was not angry. He seemed to have known it. He just invited Wang Junqi to eat and drink and chatted with him. But the only difference was, at this moment, he whispered a few words to the guards who went in and out from time to time. Although Wang Junqi tried his best to listen, he could only hear some vague fragments. At this moment, Wang Junqi's heart could not help but be in a mess. He did not know what Li Qingqian was doing, nor did he understand what Li Qingqian was doing at this time. Because even he did not know what Li Qingqian was doing at this time. His lord once asserted that Li Qingqian was not to be feared. He was just a featherless eagle who had not grown up. But now? His lord seemed to have made a mistake. Wang Junqi also felt a little uneasy. Everything that had happened tonight seemed very strange. If one were to say that Zhang Feng had done it, or that he had given instructions, then what would one say about the current situation? After all, that guy did not come at this time. There was no possibility of him being involved in this. Moreover, Li Qingqian was talking about the past. It had nothing to do with the current matter at all. Although he would still suddenly ask such a question occasionally. But when he did not answer, he immediately avoided this topic. Was this Li Qingqian? Was this the Li Qingqian of the past? Wang Junqi was stunned. Before today, his lord had clearly calculated all the possibilities of tonight's events. At this time, there was absolutely no mistake. Moreover, it was impossible for the emperor to come to Chang'an city. And the wine they were waiting for, Li Shimin would come in person. However, this matter had long been denied from the start. With that guy around, how could the emperor come? Therefore, there were calculations in all aspects, except for, this Li Qingqian missed out. In fact, Wang Junqi actually knew what today's action meant, but he wanted to seek an explanation for Wagang's brothers. After the Wei River alliance, he was almost ordered to rest at home because of the loss of Tong Pass and the failure to report the military intelligence in time. For a soldier, it was. This was a humiliation. Especially when he saw so many brothers die in front of him. And it was for Li Shimin. But in the end, he only got one sentence: go home and rest. What was this? Originally, our brothers could have lived a carefree life, but after learning of this matter, we rushed to Tongguan stronghold without sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights to fight for you. And the result? This is it? Therefore, when the Lord found him, he joined without hesitation. Firstly, he wanted to demand an explanation from his brothers. Secondly, he wanted revenge. And Li Shimin's approach was actually to ask for peace. This was something that Wang Jun couldn't figure out. Was this the same His Highness Duke of Qin who had killed so decisively and valiantly? Was this still the same Duke of Qin who was willing to starve himself for 3 days for the sake of his brother? At this moment, Wang Junqi's heart was bleeding as he looked at Li Qingxian and the Golden Guards who were whispering their reports. He didn't know what had happened in that prison. He didn't want to guess. After all, the Crown Prince had just said that he didn't care if they lived or died. Giggle. Along with the loud and clear crow of a rooster, the eastern horizon slowly turned white. At the same time, the sound of the clock slowly rang. Li Qingxian slowly stood up and stretched. He looked at the eastern horizon and said slowly, "Uncle Wang, we've known each other for so many years. Do you know why I'm saying so much tonight? This is because Imperial Father had already thought of everything. Do you think he didn't know about the appearance of that underground palace and the circulation of large quantities of gold? Imperial Father was just a little hesitant about this person and wanted to give him a chance. Imperial Father was just playing around, but he didn't expect to meet you tonight." As he spoke, Li Qingxian put away the smile on his face. With a grave expression, he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. He personally removed the ropes and shackles from Wang Junqi's hands and said, "Uncle Wang, after Imperial Father found out about this, he fainted and shackled you. After all, you were all brothers who went through fire and water together. Half of the Tang dynasty belongs to you. Last time at Tongguan, more than 50 civil officials joined together to impeach you. Moreover, you know about the existence of Wagong and the current situation in the imperial court. Last time, Imperial Father withstood the pressure and didn't sleep for 3 consecutive days before forcibly suppressing this matter. It was only to deal with those civil officials that he stripped you of your title and meritorious service. However, Imperial Father was protecting you. Moreover, go and take a look at Wagong. Not a single one of your brothers is missing. They've all returned." Wang Junqi's eyes flickered slightly as he lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking, but Li Qingxian couldn't help but be overjoyed. Because this was exactly what he wanted. What he wanted was for Wang Junqi to lose his composure. In fact, the people in the prison didn't say anything. In the morning, he had arranged for them to come and report false information every once in a while. The purpose was actually for this moment. It was to let Wang Junqi destroy his own psychological defenses. This was the most profound topic in the psychology textbook. In the past, Li Qingxian really didn't know about this. But today, after Zhang Feng explained the mysteries behind it to him, as well as the concept of a person's heart as a battlefield, Li Qingxian instantly seemed to understand the principles behind it. This seemed to be the way of an emperor. This was the way of ruling a country. Chapter 1541. At this time, the study in the Eastern Palace was very quiet. No sound could be heard. It seemed that the fire last night had frightened all the birds and beasts into hiding. It also seemed that they were all sleepy. At this time, there was not even the sound of birds. The strange air made Wang Junqi break out in a cold sweat all over his body. He didn't know what Li Qingxian was going to do. Suddenly, he could faintly feel that Li Qingxian at this time was even more intimidating than the emperor's aura. It was like a sharp sword out of the sheath. It was sharp and intimidating. But sometimes, he felt that Li Qingxian was calmer and more patient than Li Shimin. This was what frightened him the most. Li Qingxian was not in a hurry. At this time, he felt more and more that Zhang Feng's pretentious skills were awesome. This was simply not too cool. After waiting for the second time, the clock rang. Li Qingxian sighed and said, "Uncle Wang, in fact, what you're insisting on is nothing more than a joke in other people's eyes. You saw it just now. Those people didn't come to save you, but to shut you up. How long do you think you're going to hold on? Last night, Father said that as long as you can tell us the identity of that person, Father and I will bear any responsibility for you. Moreover, what you did was actually a spy hiding in the enemy's territory. No one will say anything about it. As long as we insist that you are a spy and you tell us the identity of that person, your problem will not be a problem. Your official position will be restored, or anything else will not be a problem. At least, father's inquiry about you will still be valid. And I will still remember your kindness in the future. At least in my hands, you, Wagang's uncles, and their brothers will not have to worry about food and clothing. What do you think? And when you went to the underground palace today, I guess that you just can't let go of the gold. Are you someone who is short of money? No. You want to take some of the money back and give it to the children of Wagang's uncles. Am I right? Li Qingqian said all that he wanted to say at this time. And it was a direct hit. After saying that, Li Qingqian stretched lazily and said faintly, Uncle Wang, I will go to court first. You should be able to guess the outcome of today's morning court session. If Uncle Wang can think of something before the morning court session, you can have someone send me a message. However, your nephew won't be able to hold on much longer. As he spoke, Li Qingqian slowly prepared to leave. There was no hesitation at all. This time, Wang Jun could not sit still. He hastily stood up, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Only when he saw that Li Qingqian was about to disappear from his sight did he hastily shout, Your Highness. In fact, Li Qingqian was also hissing in his heart. If he didn't make a decision on today's matter, he wouldn't be able to explain himself in the morning assembly. The purple-robed man did explain some things, but he only knew that Wang Junqi was the great general. He had never seen the other faces of the Lord. The only person who had seen his Lord before was the great general. That was Wang Junqi. As for the group of people in black, they were actually people from Chang'an City. They were rich merchants and so on. The purple-robed man was actually the younger brother of the third wife of the supervisor of Taichung Temple, which was the brother-in-law of the supervisor of Taichung Temple. This relationship, even if the imperial guards searched the house of the supervisor of Taichung Temple, they didn't find any clues, let alone the mob. They couldn't find anything at all. Actually, this was something that had happened in the morning. Li Qingqian guessed it. Therefore, he was not surprised at all, because this was what Fengzi said. However, it would be a lie if Li Qingqian wasn't worried. At this time, when Wang Junqi called him, Li Qingqian's heart was really relieved. Li Qingqian slowly turned around, looked at Wang Junqi with a smile, and said, Uncle Wang, no one dares to delay the morning court session. If you have anything to say, wait until I come back. How about it? But Wang Junqi didn't feel good. He hurried to the door regardless of the guard's obstruction and waited for Li Qingqian. Seeing Li Qingqian enter, he personally closed the door. Li Qingqian couldn't help but pretend to be surprised and said, Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Your Highness, please withdraw all the people here. I have something to report. Wang Junqi's posture was very low at this time. Li Qingqian couldn't help but be a little surprised. Li Qingqian waved his hand and withdrew all the guards. At this time, Li Qingqian sat down, looked at him and said, Now you can rest assured. When you came last night, I had withdrawn all the eunuchs and maids from the East Palace. Hearing this, Wang Junqi was relieved. Your Highness the Crown Prince, everything I did before was to seek justice for my dead brothers. The loss of Tong Pass last time was quite a blow to me, and Xieli's little prince personally led an army of 50,000 to besiege Tong Pass. When my brothers learned of this, they hurriedly came to help. Originally, they were all prepared to roam the world freely and happily, however, this seemed to have angered the Turkic young prince. I remember that person, he is called Zamyuk. At that time, he also knew that we were at Tong Pass, so he wanted to kill us and destroy the emperor's morale. That day, many of our brothers didn't die in battle. They fell into a trap when they went to deliver the letter. They were tortured to death in front of our eyes. Who could stand this kind of thing? But after that, what we got was. So, that person found me and asked me to join him. Hearing this, Li Qingqian asked with a slightly serious expression, Who is that person? Chapter 1542. Wang Junqi waved his hand and said, "Listen to me first." Li Qingxian knew. Li Qingxian wanted to know. But he also felt wronged. His brothers of so many years had died tragically in front of his eyes, and they had suffered all kinds of humiliation. But in the end, he had received such an ending. No one would be able to accept this. That's why he came to me that day. First, he went to pay his respects to his brothers. He even got someone to help him bury their bodies. After that, he gave them a grand funeral. All of this was done by him. He even got the news of his brother's heirs from somewhere and settled them down. At first, he didn't mention this. I didn't take it to heart. After all, when we were in Wagon, he was someone we were familiar with. After that, we often drank to drown our sorrows and reminisced about the bad days back then. Then, we said with righteous indignation that the emperor shouldn't have done this time and that the Wei River alliance was a disgrace. Then, he said that as a warrior, we should die on the battlefield and not be so humiliated. So, on the one hand, I was mentally stimulated, and on the other hand, I was stimulated by the money he promised. But he only said that he wanted to seek justice for his brothers, and wanted the cavalry to kill the Turks. It was only because of this that I agreed. But later, you also know about the matter of the underground palace. It was only then that I realized the seriousness of the problem. I originally wanted to withdraw. I would rather die than do such a disobedient thing. And that person also promised me that after today, he would let me leave. I only needed to get what I needed. I only needed the emperor to come out of the city to see me, explain the matter clearly, and properly settle the families of my brothers. Then, even if I die, I will still, and on the other side. In Taiji Palace. At this time, the morning court had already begun. When Li Shimin sat upright on the dragon throne, he glanced at the place where Li Qingxian had been standing. He frowned slightly and exchanged a look with Zhongsun Wuji. Only then did he say indifferently, "I know about yesterday's matter. So, I do not want to hear about the matter of the shadow. I want to hear whether the murderer has been found, and whether there are clues." As his voice faded, the people in the court who had long been ready to give it a try became obedient again. They looked down and pretended that they did not know anything. Zhongsun Wuji and the others were the same. Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction. But right at this moment, the people from the Ministry of Rights hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, this subject has something to report." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Speak." "Last night, when Chang'an caught fire, we realized that Your Highness the Crown Prince did not appear. I believe that Shao Mountain must have witnessed such a major incident. But until now, there has been no trace of the Crown Prince. We feel that the Crown Prince's actions are not befitting of a Crown Prince." Instantly, the civil officials could only see numerous voices of agreement. "Your Majesty, this subject has the ability to beat him up." At this moment, the Minister of Ancestral Temple also hurriedly stepped forward to explain the situation. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. He was too lazy to say anything. He waved his hand, indicating for him to speak. The minister of Zhongzheng Temple hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has indeed gone too far. After all, this matter is too serious and will damage the reputation of the Tang dynasty. We concur. How dare you?" Yuqi Gong was so angry that his beard was trembling. At that moment, Yuqi Gong was still wearing his armor. However, due to the roasting flames on his face, as well as the iconic beard on his face, it had been warped by the heat. Some parts of it had even been burned away. Li Shimin asked in surprise, "Minister Yuqi, what do you mean by this?" Li Shimin knew best what Yuqi Gong had done last night. At this moment, when Yuqi Gong heard Li Shimin's words, he instantly understood the emperor's meaning. He sighed and said, "Your Majesty, since the incident in Chang'an City last night, Your Highness the Crown Prince has been commanding everything in Chang'an City with this subject. Otherwise, the fire near the 3 city gates, the two cities in the east and west, and the Guang mansion would not have been quelled so quickly. As he spoke, Yuchi Gong said loudly, "Your Majesty, this subject has something to report." Li Shimin pretended to be cautious and waved his hand, saying, "Minister, please speak." "Your Majesty, last night, Your Highness the Crown Prince was with this subject until the morning court. Even when there was a fire outside the East Palace, Your Highness the Crown Prince did not return. It can be seen that Your Highness the Crown Prince loves the people like his own children. However, from the Guang mansion to this day, this subject has not seen an old man come out, not even a servant. This subject requests to report that this group of old men are benevolent, righteous, and moral all day long, and they love the people like their own children. However, when it comes to the critical moment, you can really see them clearly. Even if they knew that the Crown Prince's East Palace was on the other side of the Guang mansion, they did not come out to help. It can be seen that you are ambitious. This subject requests Your Majesty to issue an edict to punish." Hearing this, all the ministers were in an uproar. Their expressions changed greatly in an instant. Especially the Taichung temple official. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly said in a panic, not knowing what to do, "Your Majesty, this fool Yuchi Gong is slandering us. We clearly organized the servants to put out the fire last night. Otherwise, how could the Guang mansion be quelled so quickly?" "Huh, you put out the fire? Do you want to go and ask the people in Chang'an City last night, as well as those imperial guards?" "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I don't mean anything. The Crown Prince was busy and did not care about his life. You actually hid and only came to impeach the Crown Prince after the fact. Where is your face? You think that the Crown Prince did not come to court and did not put out the fire last night, which is a breach of national etiquette. What about you?" Li Shimin could not stand it anymore. He said angrily, "Enough, shut up. The Crown Prince has arrived." Chapter 1543. Under Li Shimin's command, Li Changshuo's expression changed. The eunuch's announcement instantly made everyone's heart skip a beat. Especially the person who just impeached Li Chengqian, his face turned green and red. It was extremely ugly. Especially at this time. Li Shimin didn't say anything. He just frowned slightly at Li Chengqian, who was still clean. Seeing Li Chengqian nodding with a heavy face, Li Shimin was a little surprised. Did Wang Junqi tell him? Then, at this time, Li Chengqian respectfully bowed and said, "Your Majesty. Do you know what time it is now?" Li Shimin asked slightly. Li Chengqian replied indifferently, "Your Majesty, yesterday, a thief secretly built an underground palace in Chang'an City. Its size, specifications, and appearance are comparable to the Taiji Palace. Moreover, there are a large number of golden five-clawed dragons carved in gold circling it. Therefore, I have been investigating this case in the city since yesterday." "What?" Li Shimin pretended to be shocked and got up, saying, "Is what you said true?" "Your Majesty, what I said is true." At this time, all the officials couldn't stay calm. Daring to do such a thing in Chang'an City, if it wasn't rebellion, what was it? "Your Majesty, I request you to quickly track down this evil thief." A civil official interrupted Li Chengqian's words with righteous indignation. Li Shimin glanced at that person and nodded, saying, "In this case, I'll leave this matter to you. You quickly investigate it. If you can't find a clue in 3 days, I'll hold you responsible." Hearing this, that person instantly felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I think it's better for the Crown Prince to deal with this matter. After all, this matter involves the royal family's face. It's a bit inappropriate for us to deal with it, okay? You're just afraid. Who doesn't know how to talk?" Cheng Yaojin glared at that person angrily and scolded directly. But what was rare was that none of the civil officials dared to make a move at this time. If they were to provoke this unreasonable person, then the emperor would hand this matter over to them. everyone knew that no matter who got their hands on it, it would be a hot potato. At this time, standing out was simply asking for trouble. Furthermore, the year was about to end. This political achievement, Li Shimin didn't say anything and acted as if nothing had happened. He asked, "How's your investigation going?" Li Qingxian hurriedly said, "Yesterday, General Yuqi, Lord Zhangsun, and General Feng went to observe the underground palace together. Furthermore, we successfully captured a person last night." "Who is it?" Li Shimin pretended to be angry and waved his hand. "How dare you build a palace in Chang'an City without permission? Prime Minister Wei, how should you deal with this crime?" When Wei Zheng heard this, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this crime deserves to be punished." Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded and said, Tell me, who is this thief?" Hearing this, all the officials pricked up their ears. This matter was too shocking. If it was true, then this person was really a renegade. Would this person be so stupid as to return to which underground palace? After all, Chang'an City was only so big. They knew everything that happened yesterday. But because they were afraid of offending the emperor, all the officials felt that it was better to avoid trouble. The night before yesterday, the house in Chang'an City was on fire. They heard that many mysterious people in black were caught. During the day yesterday, someone made trouble in Eason snack shop. In the end, it was Zhang Feng who was alarmed. After that, Zhang Feng went to the ruins in person and found something in the ruins. Because of this, even some officials went to the imperial study to ask for an audience with the emperor. They wanted to punish Zhang Feng, but the emperor didn't receive any of them. Instead, he gave each of them a beating. So after that, everyone behaved and pretended that they didn't know anything. But they were still very concerned about this matter. After all, such a bold person was simply sensational. At this time, Li Qingxian glanced at the officials and said, "I think father and all of you know this person. He is the former guard general of Tong Pass, the junior general of the third rank, Wang Junqi." "What?" Before Li Shimin could react, the civil officials were all in an uproar. They shouted one after another. "Wang Junqi? The Wagong survivor? My God, how could it be him? It should be him. When we impeached him, he should be indignant." Enough. Li Shimin's face was gloomy. He knew that Wang Junqi's matter had been spread out. This kind of thing should be known by a few officials. But this group of bastards, how could they act so well? And when they were exclaiming in surprise just now, Li Shimin deliberately looked at the military officials. Although the military officials were also very shocked, they were really shocked at that time. After all, some things were innate. The military officials wouldn't inquire about some things, but the civil officials were different. So at this time, the difference between the two was obvious. Li Shimin pondered and said, "You're saying that this Wang Junqi is the mysterious person who built the underground palace? For such a miraculous feat, tell me how you know that he will definitely go here." "I know that this underground palace was discovered around noon today. This news has already spread like wildfire in Chang'an. How can you be sure that Wang Jun will go here for this?" Chapter 1544. Li Shimin's question. All the ministers couldn't help but feel apprehensive. They all knew about what happened yesterday, but they didn't dare to go. After all, if such a big thing happened, it would definitely attract attention. They didn't dare to provoke the emperor when he was angry. Someone would die if they did. But why did the emperor mention this now? Was it really to catch that mysterious person? Since the incident with the Tang family, all the ministers didn't dare to act rashly. It was obvious that someone was manipulating everything. Previously, the iron suddenly stopped, and then after the Tang family and the other clansmen were killed, these people quietly started the iron shop again. What was this? This was admitting defeat. The people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans admitted defeat. What did this mean? The people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans had always been of the same breath and branch. If something really happened, they would definitely fight to the death. Who wouldn't be afraid? And almost every one of these ministers had some connection with the 5 surnames and 7 clans. That was why they were so concerned about this matter and avoided it deeply. If this matter really happened, none of them would be able to escape. It was the underground palace. And no matter how they looked at it, the 5 surnames and 7 clans were the biggest suspects. In addition, before the fire broke out 2 nights ago, those black-clothed men were discovered by the spies, and what happened after they were caught? No one knew what the Ministry of Justice found out after interrogating them. Everyone knew that Isan Pastry Shop was an honest shopkeeper. No one would have thought that yesterday, it was because of him that Zhang Feng was angered, which led to Zhang Feng finding the underground palace. What was he trying to do? Was this something that Wang Jun would do? At this moment, when everyone's hearts were heavy, Li Qingxian said with an impassioned face, "Imperial Father. Actually, at this moment, I am also very puzzled." Back then, this Wang Jun was one of the 5 tiger generals of Wagong. He had made great contributions to pacify the previous dynasty. How could such a person do such a thing? Back then, General Yuqi also said that no one would come to the underground palace. However, ever since I started studying at White Deer College, I've been adhering to my teacher's teachings. I have to see through everything. Therefore, I've been thinking about whether I should try to keep watch for him. So I spread the word that there was a large amount of gold left in the underground palace. The purpose was to see if a big fish would take the bait. I didn't expect that last night. I entrusted General Qin Xiong to personally guard the underground palace and really found General Wang Junqi. When Li Shimin heard this, he nodded repeatedly. You did well. However, how could Wang Jun be that kind of person? Qian, you can't speak carelessly about this. Li Shimin was very pleased. He had never thought that the crown prince, whom he had been worried about, would grow up overnight. And in today's morning court, he was able to understand some of his secret words. This was a good thing. He had a unique understanding of the overall situation. Although at this moment, Li Qingxian seemed a little immature, but Li Qingxian was only 17 years old. For him to have this kind of effect was already not bad. If this was in someone else's hands, they would have long been at a loss of what to do. Especially last night. Although Li Shimin had handed the matter over to Li Qingxian, this morning, Xiao Gizi had also recounted what Li Qingxian had done last night in Chang'an. Especially when Li Qingxian had used psychological warfare at the end to break through Wang Junqi's psychological defenses. After that, even Li Shimin himself felt that it was inconceivable. This was simply a miracle within inconceivable. This was what a crown prince should do. Li Shimin nodded. I heard about this matter early this morning. It was said that last night, there were 5 big fires in the city. Even outside your eastern palace was on fire. What is this about? And what is going on in the prison? When he asked, all the ministers pricked up their ears. Wei Zheng and the others also looked at Li Qingxian with some curiosity. Everything that Li Qingxian had done today had simply given them a big shock. Today's Li Qingxian was simply not the one in the past at all. Replying to father, yesterday's fire was actually just one of those mysterious people's 3 stratagems. Li Shimin pretended to be surprised and asked, tell me, what stratagems are they? First, when Wang Junqi was arrested, I also thought that the matter seemed to have ended here. But who would have thought that there was a great conspiracy behind it? There was a secret passage in the underground palace that led to the outside of the city. At that time, only a few of us knew about it. And these people stayed in the underground palace and never went out, so it was impossible for the secret to be leaked. Those who could enter through the secret passage were only those people. But after Wang Junqi was arrested, the city was on fire. Then, in the chaos, someone killed many of my court officials, some merchants, and the common people, about 140 people in total. I've investigated these people and found that they are closely related to this mysterious person. Therefore, I'm sure that these people were killed just to hide a huge secret. So I set up an inescapable net in the prison. Sure enough, I got some results. But fortunately, I got all the answers I wanted. Hearing this, the faces of all the ministers could not help but change wildly. Li Shimin also looked slightly dignified. Who is it? Chapter 1545. At this moment, all the officials pricked up their ears even more. They even wanted to put their mouths close to Li Qingxian's mouth to hear who this person was. To be able to do such a thing, such a person was definitely not an ordinary person. The most important thing was that from the iron mine to the Chang'an city, as well as what they faintly guessed at the border, it seemed to be related to this person. Who on earth was this person? After all, those who could be in the imperial court were not fools. Such a big thing would naturally be spread by word of mouth. Moreover, almost all of these matters would go through their hands to handle. Naturally, they would understand some of the twists and turns involved in it. However, this matter was too important. Almost no one dared to be so bold except for a few extremely rare individuals. Think of Kong Ingda. He was a vivid example. Therefore, when they heard Li Qingxian's words, everyone wanted to know who this person was. Furthermore, this person was so daring and arrogant. Did he grow up to be like Ma Wangye? He dared to do things under the emperor's nose, and even dared to instigate foreign forces to try to stir up the Tang dynasty. What was this? This was King Rebellion. It was a great crime to kill all 9 generations of his family. Not to mention, if this matter was done by someone they were familiar with, then they probably wouldn't be able to escape today. To be able to create an underground palace under the emperor's nose, and even copy the political announcement hall, if this matter was not done by someone familiar with the structure of the political announcement hall, how could he do it? How many people were able to go to the political announcement hall and often went there? So at this time, although they were very eager to know, they were also a little worried. So were Wei Zheng and others. At this time, Li Qingxian was a little hesitant. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Father, this matter is very important. I want to talk to you about it secretly." Li Shimin nodded. Then Li Qingxian slowly walked up the 18 steps of the hall and climbed the 8-step ladder to heaven. "Father, this person. Speaking of which, he is also related to me, so," Li Shimin's expression changed slightly. "Speak your mind." At this moment, all the officials' expressions changed. Although they did not hear what the crown prince and the emperor were talking about, the emperor's expression told them a lot. This person must be an extremely extraordinary person. Li Qingxian gritted his teeth and said, "Duke Chen." "What?" When Li Shimin heard this, he instantly stood up in shock. Instantly, all the ministers in the hall who were paying attention and listening to this matter were shocked. Li Shimin said word by word with a cold expression, "Is this true?" Li Qingxian heard this. He hurriedly went down the steps and returned to his seat. He said, "Father, what I said is true. This was all told to me by General Wang this morning before the morning court. And General Wang also said that he knew about that person's bad intentions early in the morning. But that person was extremely cunning. In order to get hold of his weakness, he would do anything. Tonight, he said that person had already made arrangements outside the city and inside the city. If we couldn't find this secret passage, or if there was no arrangement, Chang'an city would definitely. General Wang also seized the opportunity to enter the underground palace alone. General Qin and all the soldiers can testify to this. And when we were in the celestial prison, everyone could testify that after those mysterious people killed their spies in Chang'an city, they directly broke into the celestial prison and prepared to kill General Wang. Fortunately, General Wang and I saw through their plan, so I replaced General Wang and got some useful information. Li Qingxian told her everything he knew, but at this time, he had already fulfilled his promise, saying that Wang Junqi was his spy. This way, he could ensure the emperor's reputation, as well as ensure Wang Junqi's safety. And this time, Wang Junqi came in through the secret passage. This was already a very puzzling reason. Although Wang Junqi also said that he wanted to get a sum of money for the children of his brothers, it was reasonable. But for others, they didn't think so. But Wang Junqi was really such a person. When he was in Wagong, he was so loyal and righteous. This time, Wang Jun already knew his ending. He was bound to die, so he had to settle these things before he died. In other words, Wang Jun already knew the ending this time, but he was bewitched and promised that person. At this time, it was naturally impossible for him to regret it. And he was also ready to die. After all, he had seen so many good brothers die in front of him. How could he be in the mood to live now? Living was the greatest torture. Especially after doing such a ridiculous thing, how could he face those dead brothers? But these things were really useful for people who didn't know the truth. So many times, when Li Qingxian said so, it was destined to protect Wang Junqi. Li Shimin was well aware of this. Wei Zheng and the others also knew this. But Wang Junqi represented Wagong, so if the emperor didn't say anything, they wouldn't say a word. Li Shimin's face was extremely gloomy. Duke of Chen. Hou Junji. This was an incredible talent. He had trusted this man so much, and after the Xuanwu Gate incident, he had treated Hou Junji as his right-hand man. He had even married Hou Junji's daughter to the crown prince and made her the crown princess, but to his surprise. Chapter 1546. On the other end, in a village on the outskirts of Chang'an City. This was the best time for autumn planting, and a light rain was drizzling down. The air was still filled with the stench of burnt ash from last night's Chang'an City. But this place was extremely quiet, paying no attention to the earth that was thirstily sucking on the dew bestowed by the heavens. In a rather magnificent house in the village, a black-robed elder was seated with narrowed eyes. Behind him, a large group of men in black anxiously stood, not saying or doing anything. They were all waiting for the black-robed elder's reply. They continued to sit until the teapot on the tea stove in front of the black-robed elder began to boil. Only then did the old man move slightly. He lowered his head, and the black cloak on his head slid down, revealing his white hair and a familiar face. He was Hou Junji. Hou Junji glanced at the teapot and then at the light rain outside, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He slowly asked, "Has there been any news from Great General?" "No, last night, none of the people we sent out found any clues. It's the Chen hour today, so the morning court should have already, forget it." Hou Junji somewhat dejectedly sighed. He then began to tidy up the exquisite tea set on the table. After drinking a pot of tea, Hou Junji indifferently said, "Quickly pass down the order. Everyone is dismissed." Everyone was alarmed by these words. One of them even anxiously got down on his knees and said, "Milord, we haven't lost yet. As long as we have a year to prepare, Li Shimin will definitely go to Mount Shao. Once the little ones open up a path to Mount Shao, we'll still have a chance. Moreover, we still haven't used the layout we set up on Mount Shao, so we're not sure." Hou Junji indifferently waved his hand. The winner is king while the loser is a bandit. It was the old man who underestimated Zhang Feng, and it was the old man who underestimated him from the very start. Although this person seems to be in his late 20s and seems sloppy, he was the one who drugged the old man from the very start. Hou Junji instantly recalled the first time he had seen Zhang Feng in the separate estate, Zhang Feng's conflicted mood, and then how Zhang Feng had intentionally distanced himself from him. He was confident that he had never offended Zhang Feng, nor had he interacted with Zhang Feng. But he couldn't understand why Zhang Feng was so conflicted. At the time, he had believed that this was the arrogance of all youths. Thus, Hou Junji had been trying to probe Zhang Feng this entire time. Last night, he had never planned to do anything. He had been nurturing so many factions precisely so that he could help the crown prince ascend the throne. He had ambitions, but he also understood that there were some things that couldn't be achieved just because he wanted them. Thus, from the very start, he had intentionally found some difficult problems for Zhang Feng. After all, he was the crown prince's esteemed teacher and the person the crown prince valued the most. If he didn't recruit this person, he would have truly miscalculated. Moreover, this person had accomplished so many feats in less than half a year that he had completely upended the Tang dynasty, particularly that mystical mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Although he didn't understand these things, he could vaguely sense that they were destined to be extraordinary. Thus, Hou Junji wanted to test everything about Zhang Feng. In truth, he had prepared everything last night for Zhang Feng. If this Wang junkie did not appear in the middle, then even though last night had failed, he and his plan would not have suffered any losses. That gold, and that underground palace had been a test for Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng could see through everything last night and fight with him, then whether he won or lost, Hou Junji would have spared no expense to bring Zhang Feng to his side. But at this moment, Wang junkie, Hou Junji couldn't help but sigh. He had never imagined that this Li Qingqian, who he had always found to be a good puppet crown prince, would actually lose to him. He couldn't understand how Zhang Feng had managed to wake Li Qingqian up in just one night. But there was no point in thinking about this now. Regardless of whether Wang junkie had sold him out or not, there was no other choice. He had lost. He had completely lost. Zhang Feng was certain to connect him to this matter. This was fated. Thus, regardless of whether Wang junkie had sold him out or not, today could be considered a failure, and the fact that there was no follow-up to the assassination meant that he was doomed to fail. Hou Junji somewhat sighed as he stood up and turned to the people behind him. The old man has issued one last order for yesterday's matter. Everyone must abide by it. Everything that happened before yesterday must be buried in your stomachs. Everyone must obediently live their lives. Once the old man is fine, the old man will ensure everyone's safety, and we might even have a chance to rise again. But remember, you must bury it in your stomachs. Lord! All of them were choked with sobs. These were all former subordinates of Hou Junji and had always been loyal to him. What did it mean to hear Hou Junji speak like this and have such an expression on his face? It meant that they had failed. Hou Junji turned around and coldly said, "Prepare a horse for the old man. The old man must return to Luozhou as quickly as possible. All of you must remember that without the old man's orders, all of you must obediently live your lives. Understood?" Chapter 1547. In the imperial court, Li Shimin knew that Li Qingqian wanted to protect Wang junkie. He naturally wouldn't stop him. After all, last night, Li Shimin and the others hadn't been able to figure out why Wang junkie had come to the underground palace alone. Although the crown prince's words were somewhat trustworthy, they were only for the ears of the officials. Li Shimin had not mentioned Hou Junji's name in the imperial court. It was clear that this matter involved too many people, and if it were leaked, the crown prince's position would be the first to be affected. Especially now. This matter involved too many people. Although Hou Junji had retired, his prestige in the army was still there. He was able to control the border war and mobilize the people of the 5 clans and 7 clans. This sort of ability was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Moreover, Hou Junji had only met Zhang Feng a few times. Could it be that he wanted to? Li Shimin's expression turned even grimmer at this thought. At this time, in the imperial study, Li Qingqian, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Qin Qiong, and Yu Qigong respectfully stood there, all of them staring unblinkingly at Li Shimin's gloomy face. They were somewhat panting. After a long period of thought, Li Shimin finally said, "We know that all of you want to know who that person is, right?" Wei Zheng hastily stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty is a heartless man. Your Majesty, please speak clearly." This old subject is untalented, but he must give the world justice. Give Wan Ming justice. So, old Wei, you want to cut him down? Cheng Yaojin softly muttered. Wei Zheng said, cut him down. Old man wants nothing more than to drink his blood. Cheng Yaojin had a strange expression on his face. Fang Xianling was the same. Your Majesty, just speak. Even if he is Heavenly King Lao Tzu, this old subject will kill him even if his bones are crushed. What's the point of keeping such a black sheep? Li Shimin looked at everyone meaningfully. Although these people were clearly trying to ease the atmosphere, Li Shimin was still a little angry, but he still couldn't bear it. He shook his head and said, you are all very familiar with this person, and you are all friends. Therefore, you mean, at this moment, Wei Zheng and the others felt their hair stand on end. They quietly waited for Li Shimin's next words. Yi Zi was silently calculating in his heart who it was. For a moment, the few of them instinctively opened up some distance between them. Li Qingqian couldn't help but look at them. When he looked at Li Shimin actually smiled. Fine, fine. I'll tell you all today. This person is Duke Chen. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone's head buzzed. Duke Chen. Ho Junji. How could it be him? Didn't he always keep a low profile? This, everyone couldn't help but turn to Li Qingqian. Ho Junji was the crown prince's father-in-law, and every time he came, he would stay in the Eastern Palace, rarely returning to his own residence. Such a low-profile person, at this moment, there seemed to be some sort of method behind this. Li Shimin looked at Li Qingqian and slowly said, Qian, what do you think of this matter? Li Qingqian thought for a moment and said, Imperial Father, this matter involves your son, so your son will naturally follow Imperial Father's decision. He was no fool. When he heard this name this morning, Li Qingqian knew that something major was about to happen. It was no wonder Ho Junji would ask him about his studies, the mountain, and Feng Zi every time he came. These were all excuses. Using the excuse of urging him to study, they investigated everything about him. If he hadn't been truly enlightened by Feng Zi last night, he, Li Qingqian, would still have been treated like a fool. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. In contrast, Li Qingqian was particularly furious. Moreover, this matter was of utmost importance. If this matter were to spread through the court, he would lose his position as crown prince. This was a vicious move that Ho Junji had left behind. If you dare to strike, don't even think about having an easy time. If you don't strike, we'll all be fine. This vicious scheme was what had infuriated Li Shimin in the court today. Li Qingqian's thoughts were very clear. Rather than trying to hide things, it was better to openly inform his imperial father and wait for his decision. After all, he knew how important this matter was, and it was impossible to avoid it. Li Shimin turned to Wei Zheng and the others. Wei Zheng and the others were dumbfounded. They had originally wanted to ignore this matter, as it was far too important, but now that the emperor had asked, he could only bitterly look to Fang Xianling and the others for help. But all he got in return was a blank expression. Wei Zheng had no choice but to hastily say, Your Majesty, this subject feels that the first priority is to secretly capture this thief and have him explain everything in front of Your Majesty. Then, we will decide whether or not the crown prince has been implicated. This subject suspects that this thief must think that the crown prince is honest and kind, so, Li Shimin nodded. He turned to the others and asked, What do all of you think? How could they dare to say anything? They hastily nodded in agreement. This subject agrees. Capture this thief first. Then, beloved official Yuqi, beloved official Qin, hear the decree. Yuqi Gong and Qin Xiong hastily stepped forward. This subject hears the decree. Quickly get rid of your trusted aides. Find him and bring him here. Chapter 1548. Your Majesty, this one will go as well. Cheng Yaojin hastily called out. Everyone present was on good terms with Ho Junji, and none of them wanted to be involved in any sort of trouble. But Cheng Yaojin was different. He had a grudge with Ho Junji, and now that this matter had occurred, Cheng Yaojin was naturally furious. But Li Shimin also knew of this matter, so he had not allowed him to go. Seeing this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "We have made up our mind. Quickly return to the army camp and secretly work with Nyo Jinda to investigate Ho Junji's old subordinates. We have 3 days to bring these people under control." Li Shimin's expression turned grave. "This is an imperial decree." Instantly, Cheng Yaojin paled and hastily bowed. "This subject receives the decree." With Li Shimin's order, Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong hurriedly led their men out of the city. Ho Junji had already sent word that he had returned to Luozhou, but last night's incident and Wang Junqi's orders meant that Ho Junji was naturally outside the city. So, where should he go now? Naturally, back to Luozhou. Once he returned to his territory, everything would become troublesome. Thus, the two of them had to stop him in the Guanyi circuit. They did not dare to delay this matter for even a moment. Once they were gone, Li Chengxian hesitantly said, "Imperial Father, Wang Junqi, go. Bring him to see us." Little Gizi hastily left to carry out the order. Wang Junqi's matter could be major or minor, but if it was too major, it would cause chaos in the army and cause the morale of the people to drop. This was not in line with the current situation. Moreover, Wang Junqi was one of Wagang's men. If he was killed over this matter, what would Li Shimin look like? Therefore, even though Li Chengxian had said so, and Li Shimin hadn't said anything in the royal court, everyone was clear on this matter. Li Shimin could only feign ignorance. The Eastern Palace was not far from Taiji Palace. In less than the time it took to finish a meal, Wang Junqi, who was dressed in plain clothes, was brought to the imperial study. As soon as he entered the door, Li Shimin waved his hand and dismissed everyone. He looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Brother Wang, long time no see. You've grown old." When Wang Junqi heard this, he choked and said, "Sinner Wang Junqi greets your majesty." Li Shimin looked at Wang Junqi, walked down from the dragon throne, and slowly helped him sit on a stool at the side. He lit a cigarette for him and said, "Just now, Qian has told me everything about you. Actually, the matter at Tongguan was my mistake. I didn't know that my brothers would return, and I didn't know that the battle would be so fierce. If that was the case, even if I lost this country, so what? Even if it costs Zhen's life, Zhen will go and save you." "Hey! Your Majesty!" Wang Junqi knelt on the ground sadly and said, "Your Majesty, this sinner was too narrow-minded. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't figure it out and didn't know that your Majesty would be facing the most serious civil and military confrontation in the imperial court, I wouldn't have been fooled by that old bastard. Your Majesty, please punish me. The country that my brothers fought so hard for was almost destroyed because of my selfishness. I feel guilty. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Li Shimin had told him everything this morning, and Wang Junqi was ashamed of himself because of Li Shimin's attitude just now. At this moment, he only wanted to die. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to continue living. Moreover, this was a serious crime of treason. He had already thought it through when he came here. However, Li Shimin's face turned cold and he scolded, "Shut up. What do you think you mean by saying this now? I and the Crown Prince spent so much effort to protect you. Now you're telling me that you want to die? Your Majesty! This sinner has committed a crime." Wang Junqi's head hit the ground and he said in pain, "Your Majesty, this sinner no longer has the face to continue living in this world. I beg your Majesty, shut up. Want to die? I lied to you. If you want to die, then fine. We will not let you die. We will give you a decree. Get your ass back to Wagong before tomorrow, and don't leave the mountain until you die. Guard the graves of your brothers and take good care of their children. If anything happens to them, we will hold you accountable. Scram! Li Shimin was truly enraged. He had managed to suppress this matter with great difficulty, but the greatest problem was still waiting for him. That was Ho Junji. If he didn't hide this matter well, everything would be over. The imperial court would inevitably be shaken, and the army would naturally be shaken. But he had to give an explanation for this matter. After a long period of thought, Li Shimin began to pace back and forth with a gloomy expression. Qian, do you think that someone broke into the imperial prison last night? Did they find anything? Or perhaps, did they find the people Ho Junji gathered? Yes. Li Qingqian hurriedly said. According to Uncle Wang, these people rarely gather together, but when they do, they wear veils. However, Uncle Wang can confirm that Dragon King Town outside Chang'an City is their temporary base. Your son feels that if, Li Shimin waved his hand. Send a message to the Chang'an barracks. Have them rush to Dragon King Town and gather all their men. Tell us the truth, tell Wan Ming the truth. Yes. Chapter 1549. On the other side. Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong parted ways the moment they left Chang'an City. One of them went to the Chang'an barracks to mobilize soldiers while Qin Xiong led his personal guards and Yu Qigong's personal guards, a force of nearly 500 light cavalry, toward Luozhou. There were 3 paths within the Guanyi Pass. The greatest shortcut was the Tonghua Gate. Beyond the Tonghua Gate was the Longzhou Canal. If one followed the Longzhou Canal west, one would arrive at Mount Zhongnan. Once one entered the forest, it would be too late. Mount Zhongnan was shrouded in fog all day long. More importantly, once one entered, not even an army would be able to find one, much less anything else. Thus, Qin Xiong did nothing along the way. He didn't even bring any essential items or wear any armor. All he sought was speed. After running 2 horses to death. Finally, at the only path into Mount Zhongnan, the Guanyi Pass, he concealed himself. Even so, it still took more than 4 hours. On the other side, Yu Qigong personally led a force of 1,000 men around Chang'an in the name of purging the rebels. They had found all the clues Ho Junji had left behind last night. This time, all the people of Chang'an City were in an uproar. And they were furious. Who was it? Who dared to commit murder and arson in Chang'an City? Building an underground palace? And at this moment, Li Qingqian personally led the Chang'an garrison to meet up with Yu Qigong and head toward Dragon King Town. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand something. As they watched the massive army head toward Dragon King Town, everyone was stunned. My God, could this Dragon King Town be the nest of that great rebel? All the people watched in shock as the army set off, and they began to discuss in shock at the gate. In an instant, this voice elicited a reaction from the crowd. They couldn't help but start talking at once. Heavens! Dragon King Town, I've heard of this town before. Last time, an old monk said that this town had violated a taboo. Well, now it's true that such a big traitor has appeared. It's really impressive. Fuck, this should have been done long ago. Do you think we'll be able to catch the big fish this time? Of course. The last time I went to Dragon King Town, I was chased out. Lao Tzu was only there to sharpen his knife. Damn it. Hiss. Instantly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He instantly realized that he had encountered such a situation before. Furthermore, it was exactly the same as this. The last time I went there, it was the same, me too. The last time I went to exchange for some mountain goods, I was also chased out. This is simply a little, let's go and take a look. Don't just stand here. Let's go and take a look. Along with the uproar of the crowd, everyone knew that the traitor from last night was hiding in Dragon King Town. However, just at this moment, a palanquin slowly appeared at the mouth of the Chan River at the foot of the Zhongnan Mountains. In an instant, the person hidden in the dark suddenly became alert. Qin Xiong's eyes also slightly narrowed as he looked at the palanquin. The palanquin was an ordinary palanquin. There were only a dozen attendants, maids, servants, and a few people in charge of pulling the carriage of goods. At first glance, this seemed to be an ordinary merchant's family. However, at this time, who did not know that something had happened in Chang'an City? Now, there was not a single person to be seen along the way. Even if there was, they were just passing by in a hurry. Last night, the fire in Chang'an City could be clearly seen from 10 miles away, especially here outside the Tonghua Gate. Although it was far from Chang'an City. However, there was no one within a radius of dozens of miles. This group of merchants must have taken the only 3 roads, which was Chang'an City. At this moment, the people of Chang'an City dared to go out of the city. Qin Xiong waved his hand lightly, lying in the grass, and said, Go up and ask what these people are doing. At this moment, when the crowd went out of the city, they had changed into the clothes of ordinary people. At this time, the soldier called a few people and then pretended to be people working in the mountains. When he saw people coming, he hurriedly looked at them in surprise. Guys, look, there are people coming from the city. In an instant, the soldiers disguised as old farmers surrounded the palanquin. The servants around the palanquin were instantly on guard. Their posture seemed to be instinctive, but for a general with sharp eyes, he could guess that there was something fishy about the palanquin as long as those servants reacted in an instant. There must be something fishy about this palanquin. However, although the people around the palanquin returned to their original appearance in an instant, they still could not escape Qin Xiong's eyes. Under Qin Xiong's signal, a few people pretended to be very surprised and went forward to ask, Masters, did you come from the city? When the people around the palanquin saw this, they instinctively blocked in front of the palanquin. At this time, they did not leave and slowly became alert. Who are you waiting for? A man in front of the palanquin asked. At this time, these old farmers hurriedly went forward and surrounded the man to ask about the things in the city. They pretended that they really did not know what happened in the city last night. Slowly, the person in front of the palanquin also relaxed his vigilance and said to the crowd, My master still has important matters to attend to, please make way. Something big happened in the city last night. If you want to know, just ask the people in the city. We came from Dragon King Town, so we don't know what happened in the city. Hearing this, in an instant, the group of old farmers prepared to make way, but their posture was a little strange. They moved to the sides. At this time, it was like a signal. When the palanquin walked onto the Chan River Bridge, the group of old farmers instantly blocked the passage behind, and in front of them, Qin Xiong appeared. Qin Xiong looked at the palanquin and said indifferently, Duke Chen, long time no see. How have you been? Chapter 1550. The Chan River. One of the 8 rivers of Chang'an. It was the main branch of the river where the dragon veins of Chang'an gathered. Because of the siege and Zhang Feng's opening of trade on the water, the entire river had been reorganized. Once, the water was no more than the waist, and the river was overflowing. But after this dredging, the river was 10 feet deep. At its deepest, it was more than 20 feet deep. At this moment, the palanquin was stuck in the middle of the river. Looking at the surging river, everyone's expression became incomparably nervous. Qin Xiong was not just anyone. He was not someone like Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, nor was he the impartial Li Jing. Qin Xiong, Qin Shubao, was known as a military genius. He was resourceful and cunning. Now that he was blocking the way, the person in the palanquin sighed with complicated emotions. Brother Shubao, long time no see. As he spoke, the curtain was lifted, revealing Ho Junji's face. He looked at Qin Xiong and said, Brother Shubao, how have you been? Qin Xiong sighed and said, "The emperor has ordered for you to quickly go and see him." "Let's go." The emperor had invited him. At this moment, Ho Junji understood everything. He laughed bitterly and slowly lit a cigarette. He leaned against the pillar of the sedan chair and looked at the rolling Chan River. He seemed to be reminiscing about something and said slowly, "Shu Bao, do you still remember the first time we followed the king of Qin into Chang'an? At that time, we lost all our men, leaving us with less than 3,000. But those days were truly unforgettable." So. Before he could finish, Qin Xiong narrowed his eyes and asked warily, "So, what do you mean? Are you going to see the emperor, or are you going to defy the decree?" "Defy the decree?" Ho Junji heartily laughed. Back then, he said that the world was the world of his brothers, but look at how smug he is now. If it weren't for, "Shut up. Come. Invite General Ho back to the palace. Kill anyone who dares to stop him." Yes. Along with the soft command, the sound of metal clashing could be heard all over the mountain. Countless soldiers surged out from around the Chan River. This time, everyone Ho Junji had brought with him was dumbfounded. They were about to enter Mount Zhongnan. Once they entered the mountain, they would be safe. Thus, Ho Junji had scattered countless spies along the way. Then, he brought along a small number of people and pretended to be tourists to cause trouble. But who would have thought that things would turn out like this, alas. Forget it, forget it. Ho Junji slowly got out of the palanquin, looked at the soldiers on both sides of the bridge, and then turned to Qin Xiong and clasped his fist. "We won't be going to the imperial palace. I'm tired. I see that General Qin was waiting for old man today for this very reason, right?" As he spoke, Ho Junji once more looked down at the churning waters of the Chan River, lit a cigarette, and then began to climb up the railing. His retainers and guards wanted to help him up, but he refused. Qin Xiong also stared at Ho Junji. Before this incident, which one of them had not envied Ho Junji's carefree life? But in the end, this was the outcome. How could he not feel that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Once he entered the palace, he would lose the last shred of face he had left. Thus, while Qin Xiong knew that the imperial order was difficult, this was Ho Junji's final choice. Although he would face the emperor's punishment, he did not dare to. After all, not even the emperor knew how to deal with Ho Junji in the imperial study. Qin Xiong had originally wanted to advise against this, as this matter involved many things, but Ho Junji refused. "Shu Bao, this matter is of great importance, and old man naturally knows of it. Thus, the old man's actions are for the sake of the world. So there's no need to advise him. Perhaps this is the best answer for His Majesty?" Ho Junji turned around and said, "This matter has nothing to do with any of you. Surrender. Old man will go first." After saying this, Ho Junji jumped into the yellow waters of the Chan River. "General! Duke! Master!" Sorrowful cries rang out. In the end, Ho Junji's matter was buried in the Chan River. Qin Xiong sighed. Once he could no longer see Ho Junji struggling in the water, he waved his hand and said, "Return to the palace." He knew that this was the best outcome for this matter. Duke Chen had accidentally fallen into the Chan River on his way back to Luozhou, and his whereabouts were unknown. This seemed to be what the emperor wanted the most, no? Ho Junji was an astute schemer. If he had jumped into the river, he had naturally thought of many things. After all, if the emperor really did announce this matter to the public, all the people involved would be implicated. Once Ho Junji entered the imperial palace, the interest groups behind him would be implicated as well. This was not something the emperor wanted to see. If such a thing really happened, the Great Tang wouldn't be far from chaos. Was this not the best and most perfect outcome? But when he thought about how to pacify the emperor, Ho Junji felt a headache coming on. This matter was simply. Chapter 1551. The Imperial Palace, Li Shimin was worried about Ho Junji. He was so worried that his hair had turned white. In his study, he was so depressed that he couldn't eat or drink. Once Ho Junji returned to Luozhou, not even the emperor would be able to do anything to Ho Junji. After all, Ho Junji was an astute schemer, and he had assuredly set up a trap in Luozhou over the years. Once Ho Junji returned, he would be finished. But what could he do if he was captured? Li Shimin deeply loathed this sort of thing and wanted to ferret out the group behind it. After all, any faction that could affect the military on the border and involve the people of the 5 clans and 7 clans had to be a major faction. An explanation for Ho Junji's meeting? What if it was like last night in the imperial prison? What would happen then? What if the army and the ceremonial team of the 5 clans and 7 clans learned of this? These were all things that Li Shimin needed to think about. Thus, Li Shimin had made 2 preparations. On the one hand, he would go to Dragon's Head town to see if he could find a scapegoat. On the other hand, he would secretly bring Ho Junji to the palace and have someone personally interrogate him. From there, he could uncover the secret. Before Li Shimin could figure it out, he saw a Jinwu guard rushing into the imperial study. The moment he entered, the Golden Guard hastily said, "Your Majesty, General Qin Xiong requests an audience." Li Shimin slightly frowned. "How many people?" "1. Summon him." Li Shimin suddenly had a bad premonition. He anxiously paced back and forth in the study. A moment later, Qin Xiong entered the imperial study. Without waiting for Qin Xiong to bow, Li Shimin gestured for him to keep quiet. He had Xiao Gizi remove the guards around the imperial study and even the entire Taiji palace. Then he asked, "You've captured him?" Qin Xiong nodded, and then he shook his head. "Your Majesty, he was originally captured by the Chan River, but he jumped into the river, saying that this was the best outcome." Hearing this, Li Shimin was flabbergasted. But there was still a trace of relaxation. Just as Ho Junji had said, it was best for this matter to end here. If he pushed too hard, he was certain to obtain something unexpected. This was what Li Shimin was most afraid of. No one knew who was backing Ho Junji, and those people were also watching. The moment Ho Junji entered the palace, he would be in even greater danger. This danger was something that Li Shimin was least willing to see. Therefore, when he heard Qin Xiong's words, not only was he not angry, he even felt a trace of comfort. Sigh. "Pass down the order, report this matter and send people to salvage the bodies along the river, then give them a grand burial." After some thought, Li Shimin asked again, "The Crown Prince, report." "The Crown Prince has arrived." At this moment, someone hurriedly reported to the emperor. When Li Shimin heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Announce." When Li Qingxian entered, Li Shimin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Li Qingxian's body was stained with blood, and there was a long wound on his chest. Although it wasn't fatal, what was this? Li Qingxian was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Who would dare to harm him? That would undoubtedly be a slap to the imperial clan. Li Shimin's face darkened. "You're just showing us this? Are you here to cry?" Li Shimin was a little angry. Wasn't this Li Qingxian's style? Today, he had just praised him, and now he was acting like this? When Li Qingxian heard this, he hurriedly and excitedly said, "Imperial Father, please listen to me first. Just now, when we went to Dragon King Town with great fanfare, we really did encounter obstructions. Even when someone announced this son's name, it was useless. Then, this son entered under the charge of searching for traitors. To my surprise, this son really did run into some traitors. Moreover, these people's clothes and sabers were exactly the same as the people who tried to assassinate Wang Junqi yesterday. In the ensuing battle, this son was wounded by an old man, but it didn't matter. This son has already caught the main culprit. And all of this was done in front of all the spectating commoners. Even if these people weren't the main culprit, the crime of injuring the crown prince was already proven. Thus, now that we have someone to take the blame for, and that Ho Junji, who needed to be executed, is also dead, this matter is over. Li Shimin helped Li Qingqian finish his words. Li Qingqian was taken aback. Imperial Father, you're saying Ho Junji is dead? Li Shimin gravely nodded. He truly is dead. He jumped into the Chan River. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Li Qingqian had a strange expression. This father-in-law of his had always cherished his life. Why was he so careless today? Suddenly, Li Qingqian recalled that Ho Junji had given him a list of his trusted aides in the army. He had also said that he had already sent word to his old subordinates and old friends. If he died, these people would become Li Qingqian's assistants. Li Qingqian opened his mouth, wanting to tell this matter to Li Shimin, but after some thought, he decided against it. Li Shimin also noticed Li Qingqian's strange state and asked, "Qian, do you have something to say?" No, Li Shimin glanced at Li Qingqian with a smile that was not a smile. He shook his head and said, "General Qin, pass down the order. Last night, the bandit leader was captured. I'll pass down the message and say that Duke Chen learned of this matter today and turned back halfway to the capital. On the way, he encountered misfortune and fell into the water." Chapter 1552. The matter was over. At this time, what needed to be done was to deal with the aftermath, which was to clean up the mess. That was the most annoying thing. Although it was troublesome and annoying, it still needed to be dealt with at this time. For the whole day, almost the entire palace, as well as the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Personnel, and other larger departments, were coordinating operations to settle this matter as quickly as possible. They even spent a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as countless spies, to forcibly suppress this matter. Until the matter was completely resolved, Li Shimin sat in the soft sedan chair with Li Qingqian and slowly went up the mountain to seek comfort from Zhang Feng. After all, although this matter seemed to be resolved now, there was still a lot of trouble. He had to rely on Zhang Feng to deal with the aftermath. Although Li Qingqian had learned a lot and was enlightened, Li Shimin had to be careful because this matter was too important. Besides, the palace was too boring. Li Shimin could only feel a trace of peace when he went to Zhang Feng's place and looked at the vigorous students. When Li Shimin and Li Qingqian arrived at the mountain, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw that outside Zhang Feng's villa, Cheng Chumo and others were fiddling around a big water wheel, while Zhang Feng was cursing and knocking on it with his butt sticking out. Beside this water wheel, there were countless huge and long water troughs piled up. It seemed that what happened at the foot of the mountain last night did not affect the mountain at all. At the side, Yu Shernan and the others watched with smiles on their faces. They drank their tea and laughed heartily. What's going on? Li Shimin was a little confused. Li Qingqian was also very confused. Father, I don't know. When I went down the mountain yesterday, I didn't see them fiddling with this thing. But I heard from Fengzi that they seemed to be making something like a water wheel. It was something that was going to a phosphate fertilizer factory. Fengzi once said that as long as we had this thing, we could do a lot of things. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly went up to her. There was no need to rush, but Yu Shernan and the others were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly went up and greeted, "Second Master Li, why are you here? Have you settled everything at the foot of the mountain?" "Feng Zi, Second Master is here. Stop nagging." They surrounded Li Shimin and asked him all sorts of questions, but then ignored Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian's face stiffened, but he didn't care. He went to Chen Chumo and asked in surprise, "Is this the thing you guys have been secretly tinkering with for the past 2 days?" Chen Chumo straightened his back. "What's the big deal? We brothers have consulted countless craftsmen in the past 2 days before we were able to make it ourselves. What do you think?" Hee hee. Brother gone, what do you think? Awesome, right? The corner of Li Chengqian's mouth twitched, he didn't know how to answer. He could only chuckle and give a thumbs up to cover up his embarrassment. From afar, this thing didn't seem to have any problems. That was the case. If you were to walk in and take a look, hee. This thing was made from a pile of rotten wood. Li Chengqian had naturally seen a water wheel before. Whether it was the Imperial Garden or the Eastern Palace's garden, they all had this thing. However, although this thing was a water wheel, the burrs on the wood were simply unshaven. This thing could be used? No wonder Zhang Feng was angry just now. If their father saw this, it would be strange if he didn't beat them to death. Hee, Tai Nyo, you're awesome. To be able to make this thing in 2 days, it's rare and precious. By the way, my son, how did you get this thing? Li Chengqian could only speechlessly praise a few times. Then, without waiting for Cheng Chumo to brag, he asked, by the way, what happened last night, you all know, right? Cheng Chumo nodded and said, yes, but when we were about to go, we met my father outside the city and he kicked us back. And this morning, I heard that you've already dealt with it. So, which bastard was it? Hearing this, Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin strangely and said, go and ask your father. Cheng Chumo heard this and instantly cowered. Ask the emperor at this time? Wasn't that courting death? This thing, there was no way to ask. If he asked, he would definitely die. If he didn't want to say, then he naturally had a big secret and identity. How could he ask about it? And on the other side? Zhang Feng wiped his sweat and looked up and down at Li Shimin and said, Lao Li, why do I see that you seem to have a big show yesterday? Li Shimin was stunned. He asked, what do you mean? You didn't sleep last night? Li Shimin shook his head and didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to ask. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, last night, the palace was in a mess, but you didn't sleep all night. So you were a thief? Or what? Li Shimin was a little speechless. More than a dozen shops were burned down. Do you think I can sleep? Shouldn't I go and watch? Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood, so that's what happened. Didn't I ask someone to tell you? Moreover, this is an official's matter. If you encounter something like this again, you should stay as far away as possible. Although this matter is over, I'm guessing that the power behind this person will come back again. This time, whoever emerges first will be the first to suffer. While speaking, everyone couldn't help but look at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian slowly turned his head as if he felt something. Seeing that they were looking at him with some complicated expressions, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 1553. Li Shimin heard this. He hurriedly looked at Yu Shinan and the others, then hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and said, Fengzi, this matter is a bit complicated. Let's go inside and talk. Zhang Feng pointed at the waterway with some annoyance. Aren't I busy now? Isn't it the same if we talk here? No. Don't you want to know who was causing trouble here last night? After Li Shimin said this, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. After all, he didn't even know who it was after a night of fighting. Naturally, he wanted to know who it was. Then, he and the others entered the living room slowly. As soon as they entered the door, Yu Shinan signaled Ma Xinliang, Gao Kan, and Shiva outside the door to guard the surroundings tightly. No one was to disturb them, and of course, they were not to eavesdrop. After everything was ordered, Yu Shinan turned around and saw that the room was instantly filled with the smell of smoke. He shook his head speechlessly and took out an opium pipe from his belt. Li Shimin's eyes were fixed on it. Yu Shinan skillfully rolled the pipe and then put it on the oil lamp to burn. In an instant, the choking smoke scattered around like smoke. Li Shimin and the others instantly felt that the cigarettes in their hands didn't smell good. Looking at Zhang Feng, their eyes had already proved everything. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. This thing is called pipe tobacco. It's no different from this thing. If you want to smoke, don't the tobacco factory have big cigars? Make a smoke that's more powerful than this. Li Shimin coughed and touched his nose. Then he hurriedly changed the topic. Fengzi, the person last night was caught, but in the end, he jumped into the river. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and said, jumping into the river is good. Li Shimin hurriedly asked, what's so good about that? Because this person's identity is destined to be extraordinary. If he is really caught, the people behind him will definitely panic. If that happens, do you think our emperor will be able to sit still? I think this might be the best ending. At least for the next 3 months, we can live peacefully. No one will dare to cause trouble. As for what happens after that, I don't know. But Lao Li, who is this person? Li Shimin looked around and said, this person is Duke Chen. What? When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly lost his composure. In truth, in the Tang dynasty, Zhang Feng truly admired Hou Junji. This person's intelligence was comparable to that of the villager from the Three Kingdoms. However, his intelligence was used in the wrong place. He did not truly use it for the sake of the country. Instead, he wanted to use his own power to support Li Qingqian. He wanted to create a puppet emperor and take over the imperial power, but because the impatient Li Qingqian could not wait any longer, this matter ultimately failed. But this incredible person was able to create an army of tens of thousands right under Li Shimin's nose. This action was truly incredible. This time, Zhang Feng was even more convinced that his appearance had changed Aiulan's entire timeline, which was why this had happened. Hou Junji was brought forward. There was also that timid and cowardly crown prince that he had never seen or heard of. This person was also an incredible person. He obeyed everything his father-in-law said, even going so far as to commit regicide and usurp the throne. The throne was his in the first place. Why did he want to usurp the throne? In the entire Tang dynasty, there were very few emperors who could smoothly ascend the throne. This was also the most speechless thing in history. The Tang dynasty had achieved a level of strength that no one in the world could match, and this imperial family was the most chaotic in the entire era. Who could stand against this? But while Zhang Feng was surprised by Hou Junji's appearance, he was not surprised. Li Shimin saw the change in Zhang Feng's expression and couldn't help but be even more dumbfounded. Fengzi, why am I not surprised to see you? Could it be that you've already divined that it was him? Yu Shernan and the others were also rather surprised. Last night, they knew that Zhang Feng was using psychological warfare, but they had also felt the terror of this sort of thing, as well as Hou Junji's terror. This person had always been amiable when they met him. But they hadn't expected this person to have hidden himself so deeply. Li Shimin took a deep breath and said, Fengzi, did you already guess this matter? I remember that when you first met him, you were already acting differently. Regarding this matter, Li Shimin had always been brooding over this matter. Especially after this matter. Li Shimin wanted to know even more. Zhang Feng was also speechless. He had been avoiding this matter for a long time. Could it be that you want Lao Tzu to say that Lao Tzu had seen it in the Tang dynasty's history books and records? It would be strange if this matter wasn't dissected within minutes. But he had no choice but to speak of this matter. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before saying, it's a serious matter. How should I put it? Actually, he's just a misunderstanding. Didn't I say back then that I knew how to judge? The first time I met him, I felt that he was somewhat unusual, and he was naturally rebellious. But I have no evidence, and I can't say that he's naturally rebellious the first time I met him, can I? If I say that, how can I still live? He's the Duke of Chen, and I was just a young noble back then. With this, the curiosity of Li Shimin and the others was finally quelled. Li Shimin asked uncertainly, then according to what you said, His Majesty won't pursue this matter? Then what about this tale? Zhang Feng was speechless. If His Majesty really wants to see the Tang dynasty fall into chaos, then go ahead and do it. Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile. Let's just forget about this tale. Otherwise, it'll be easy for him to do something desperate. Why don't you make a bet? Tomorrow morning, you'll see if His Majesty will mention this matter again. Chapter 1554. Zhang Feng's words instantly silenced Li Shimin. Although he still didn't dare to believe Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Feng had already said that he was afraid, so how could he not believe him? That would be strange. Thus, after thinking about it, Li Shimin finally understood. Just as Zhang Feng had said, even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a human. Now that Hou Junji had jumped into the river, his intention was to settle the matter peacefully. On one hand, his Hou clan had too many people, and if he died, the Hou clan could be saved. Moreover, because of this matter, the people behind him wouldn't blame the juniors of the Hou clan. This was what Hou Junji wanted. Now that he thought about it, this Hou Junji truly did have some intelligence. He had been scheming from the start, and even in death, he had been scheming for his entire life. Wasn't he tired of living in his own scheme? In the end, Li Shimin sighed and decided to let the matter rest. Moreover, it was time to put an end to this matter. Although Li Shimin wanted to continue dragging everyone out, just as Zhang Feng had said, doing so would only throw the world into chaos. Thus, Li Shimin could only put this matter aside for now. After all, there was still plenty of time. Right, Fengzi, I saw that you and Iron Bull were tinkering with the windmills. Is that thing really as formidable as they say? Zhang Feng was rather speechless. He said, Did Li Gan not tell you about this thing? If not for that phosphate fertilizer factory, I wouldn't have bothered with this thing. Once this thing is out, all the phosphate fertilizer in the Guanyi circuit will be ready by the end of autumn or by the end of the year. As for the rest of the country, that will depend on your luck. If you can get Lord Jiangxuan's permission, you'll be able to use the phosphate fertilizer by the end of the year. Moreover, there isn't just one phosphate mine in the entire country. If you can find phosphate mines in every province, you'll be able to use them by the end of the year. Tell me, is this thing useful or not? Li Shimin was shocked. Looking at Yu Shernan and the others, he saw that their expressions were calm, as if they already knew about this plan. When Yu Shernan saw Li Shimin's reaction, he hurriedly explained the entire plan. Actually, things weren't that complicated. They had asked Zhang Feng about this matter when they were building the windmill. They had also seen Zhang Feng's blueprint. In fact, it was just an experimental device that had been magnified countless times. The phosphate ores were calcined at the entrance of a large kiln like a kiln. Alternatively, dozens of large sealed iron eggs could be used to transport the phosphate ores and water inside. After that, several rubber jars were used to channel the phosphate ores into a flowing water trough. The water trough converged into a large pond, which was the place where the phosphate fertilizer was deposited. This was almost exactly the same as the test bench that Zhang Feng knew. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but smack his lips and say, I didn't expect such a small water wheel to be able to gush out like this. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, This is nothing. I said before that I can make hundreds of looms operate at the same time. That's not a lie. It's powered by water. Do you think I'm joking? Also, let me tell you, I can also use this water wheel to create a driving device for a ship. Do you believe me? However, I can't do it at my current level. After all, I can't make such a big iron lump float on the water for the time being. But one day, this thing will come out. Driving in the water, making hundreds of looms operate at the same time. Although Zhang Feng had mentioned this matter more than once, Li Shimin really didn't take it to heart. After all, he had seen this small water wheel before. How could this thing have such a great ability? It could even drive hundreds of looms? If he really succeeded, he would be able to do it. If every state had more than 10 of these things, then, wouldn't the tax revenue for a year be enough to make the national server have no place to pile up the money? One must know that the silk and paper products of the Tang dynasty were very popular in many places at this time. This thing was very popular. It was one of the main exports to the outer regions of the western regions. There were also tea leaves and porcelain. If this thing could really be made, then. At this time, Li Shimon's mind was full of money, which was falling from the sky. As he thought about it, Li Shimon's breath couldn't help but quicken. He asked, then, can this water wheel speed up the production of porcelain? Zhang Feng was stunned. He really didn't know about this. However, at this time, when he saw Li Shimon's eyes that looked like he wanted to eat someone, he could only speechlessly point at Cheng Chumo and the others and say, in theory, it's possible. But look at how fast they are learning. If they are willing to learn, it's possible. How dare they not learn? If they don't learn, I'll chop them. Hey, second master, watch your words. As soon as I said that, Yu Shernan was so scared that he grabbed Li Shimon. Zhang Feng was stunned. Li Shimon finally understood. He laughed and said, I'll really chop them. After all, these ignorant and incompetent guys can't even learn this little skill. Not to mention me, even their own father will break their legs. Hearing this, Zhang Feng spread out his hands and said hurriedly, let's make it clear first. I won't accept the beating if my legs are broken. Chapter 1555. Li Shimon was somewhat speechless. But then, he suddenly thought of Niu Jianhu and asked in surprise, right, speaking of Little Tiger, how come I haven't seen Little Tiger for a long time? The others were also dumbfounded. They had not seen Niu Jianhu since the last time they saw him. They had only heard that he was recuperating at home and that he could walk a few steps now. But no one knew the exact details. Zhang Feng also said curiously, not to mention Xiaoniu, I don't know where old Niu has gone these days. I haven't seen him. He's gone to Chiuzi City. Last time, he delivered a batch of ballistae. After all, the situation on the border has changed, so we had to take action. Moreover, we've contracted for the production of these ballistae, and Old Cow is very familiar with the roads in Chiuzi, so I had him personally arrange them. Li Shimon took this opportunity to ask. This was something he had wanted to ask for a long time. Now that the internal problems had been dealt with, foreign threats still existed. Moreover, he had heard that the Chiuzi side had reached a point where they had no choice but to fight. The Turks and Indians had gathered a total of more than 300,000 soldiers and were already stationed at Chiuzi City. Meanwhile, the production of weapons was still going on. Although the task of smelting steel had been handed over to the people at the foot of the mountain, and the Ministry of Works at the foot of the mountain had gathered at least 1,000 people to work day and night, they could only produce 500 ballistae a day. Moreover, this was in accordance with the rules that Zhang Feng had laid down. Although these people were working very hard, the repeated production of weapons for an army of 100,000 was still a drop in the bucket. Moreover, this place was very far from Chiuzi City. Just transporting this batch of goods would take 5 days, and they would not rest or sleep for 5 days. When they arrived at a provincial capital, they would immediately dispatch local soldiers to take over the goods and escort them to the next provincial capital. The previous delivery person would then return, and so on. Even so, the production continued every day. In just a few short days, they had produced more than 5,000 ballistae and 30,000 spears that could be used by soldiers. Compared to the enemy army of more than 300,000, this was truly a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Li Shimon couldn't help but ask, Feng Zi, last time you said that gunpowder and cannons, are they ready? This was what Li Shimon thought of when Zhang Feng asked about Niu Jianhu, and it was also the question he wanted to ask the most. Although he didn't see any cannons, from Zhang Feng's description, he vaguely felt that this thing seemed to be the key to victory or defeat in a war. That was why Li Shimon asked this question. In truth, he had wanted to ask about this for a long time, but because of the matters in the court and the Tang clan, there were simply too many problems. Thus, when he learned that the Bureau of Military Affairs and the Bureau of Works were steadily producing 500 crossbows every day, he didn't worry too much. Even though it was 500 a day. Only 5,000 for 10 days. This number was a little small, but it was better than nothing. Hearing this, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten all about it. The cannons aren't urgent. This thing is actually very easy to make. Wait until I'm done with the water wheel, don't say that." Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly said, "You don't know that the war on the border is imminent. If we don't have a few things to serve as a front and deter the enemy, Jiuzi City will definitely be defeated in less than 10 days. The Tang dynasty hasn't won a big battle for a long time. This time, we have to win a good one. So, Feng Zi, can you?" Seeing Li Shimin like this, Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he still said, "Then I'll give it a try. Let me say this first. I can only say that I'll find time, but I'll definitely give you an answer in less than 3 days. But first, have someone send me 20 carts of iron ore. Otherwise, I won't be able to make the cannons." Hearing this, Li Shimin immediately shouted outside the door, "Gizi! Quickly ask someone to send 20 carts of iron ore to the mountain. No, send 200 carts. They must be sent here by tonight." After that, Li Shimin didn't care whether the person outside the door heard him or not. He asked, "Is 200 carts enough?" Zhang Feng was a little speechless. "Maybe, it's enough to make 10 cannons." When Li Shimin heard this, his eyes widened to the size of a copper coin. 200 carts of iron ore could only make about 10 cannons. Was he eating iron? Li Shimin was a little speechless, but he asked expectantly, "This thing, can it?" Zhang Feng pondered for a long time and didn't hear Li Shimin at all. He said, "I'm thinking that if these 10 cannons can be made, it'll be enough to repel the enemy. And as for the ballistae, if I can improve them, no matter how many people they send in this battle, our 10 cannons and 30 ballistae will be enough." Chapter 1556. However, what Zhang Feng didn't notice was, as soon as he said that, the faces of Li Shimin and the others turned completely green. 10 cannons, could repel the enemy? Plus 30 ballistae? This, in an instant, everyone was shocked. Li Shimin was so excited that his stubble was trembling. He grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, who was thinking about the principles of these things, and said excitedly, "Fengzi, you're really the savior of the Tang dynasty. No, you're Lao Li's savior. Do you know that once we take down Jiuzi City, this important trading place will be ours? His Majesty said that no matter who it is in the future, we'll have the final say in Jiuzi trade. This is what Lord Zhongsun told me. The premise is that we have to take down Jiuzi City. Fengzi, are you sure about this?" Li Shimin couldn't help but want to bluff him. This thing made him think of many things in an instant. If 10 cannons can solve the siege of Jiuzi, what about in the future? Would they take the initiative to start a war with the Turks in the future? Li Shimin was really tired of being so passive every time. If this season's grain really could be harvested as Zhang Feng said, Li Shimin would have an excuse to start a war with the Turks without any opposition in the entire imperial court. Only by eliminating this scum once and for all could he intimidate the whole world. He could intimidate all the people who coveted the Tang dynasty. The endless plundering had made Li Shimin angry for a long time. A war that could shock the whole world and an unsheathed sharp sword were the driving forces that could make the whole Tang dynasty rich and prosperous once and for all. Therefore, when Zhang Feng said this, Li Shimin was so excited. Although Yu Shernan and the others strongly opposed the war at this time, they also understood that if they didn't have a strong weapon to protect themselves, how could there be peace? When Zhang Feng came up with the military science, they talked to Zhang Feng as guests. At that time, they were worried that Zhang Feng would take the wrong path. After all, Zhang Feng was too excellent. From political and martial arts to military strategy, he almost had his own unexpected opinions. Therefore, at this time, when Li Shimin asked this question, although they were worried, they didn't say anything. After all, they could only ask this question after this matter was over. In front of the emperor, moreover, the emperor seemed to be deeply attracted by the things that Zhang Feng had described. Who would dare to stop him at this time? Zhang Feng also noticed that Li Shimin was unusually excited. Although he was also being able to control the main channel to the western region and the trade hub was a rare advantage for everything in the future. Especially at this time, he needed a stage to show what he had made. Chang'an City was just a small place. And whether it was food, medicine, textiles, or rubber in the future, they all needed foreign trade. And the grain crops in the Tang dynasty were too simple. Corn and other things had to be imported from other places. After all, he had an unreliable system. He didn't know if the system had fallen asleep or something, but King Hell, there was no sign of it. If he wanted to have a comfortable environment, he had to work hard. After all, at this time, he was a man with 3 women. He had to think more for the future. He was no longer a lonely person, although he was not married at this time. What was the difference between this and marriage? It was just a ceremony. After that, what about after having a child? There was no milk powder, diapers, and so on here. There was even no heater. He had to make these things bit by bit. And he definitely couldn't do these things alone. That was why he agreed to Li Shimin to set up an academy here. In fact, to put it bluntly, Zhang Feng already had his own plans last time. That was to prepare an environment where he could live comfortably, and a place where he could find such things wherever he went. These messy thoughts were causing Zhang Feng's head to feel like it was about to explode. He instantly thought of Jingshu, and Yuyao in Jiangnan. He once fantasized about traveling around the world. This idea, this dream, back then, he had thought about it before he transmigrated, but he didn't realize it. But now? Now, he could be said to be the richest man in the world at any time. But the barrenness of this place made Zhang Feng hesitate. When his son was born in the future, he would ask him, "Dad, you are so awesome, why don't you have these things somewhere?" How would he answer? What would he say? Would he have the face to say? Therefore, all of this required one factor. That was to have a safe home country. Zhang Feng was not an ambitious person. He only hoped that the people he liked, as well as the people who liked him, could live a comfortable life. But now? There was nothing at all. Chang'an City was already used to these things. But what about other places? They didn't have these things. This required time, transition time, and a stable environment. This environment was based on a strong military deterrence. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng said, "Lao Li, the matter of the trade route is especially important. Once we control Chiuzi City, it is equivalent to controlling the lifeline, especially the Longyu Road. I don't ask for anything else. As long as the emperor agrees to give us this golden trade route, all of this will not be a problem. After all, we can't lose out, right? So don't worry. Give me some time. I will make Chiuzi City a place that will shock the world in a short time. Everyone who covets the Tang dynasty will remember Chiuzi City deeply." Chapter 1557. Really? Li Shimin couldn't help but ask excitedly. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "When have I, Zhang Feng, ever made a joke? Isn't it just a few cannons? Give me 5 days, and I'll give you a surprise. Also, that ballista was modified by Lao Tzu. Unless you're someone like me, I can guarantee that no one in the world can break through Lao Tzu's tactics. It's not that I'm bragging, but Lao Li, I'll give you a military order. Weren't you the ones who were tinkering with that metal carriage before? Didn't you stop it now? I'm telling you, hurry up and build it. As long as this thing can fit a ballista, and install a rubber wheel on it, I'll build you a wheel that can withstand high-intensity running. It'll be like the Gu family's transmission shaft. This thing can run as fast as your horse can run. From now on, this thing can be used to transport supplies, cannons, and ballistas. It'll be more convenient and faster. That's not all. Once this thing starts moving, it'll only need the time it takes to reach Chocha. Once this thing reaches Chocha, it's not that I'm bragging, but forget 300,000, even if it's 3 million or 30 million, it'll still be a piece of cake. Li Shimin was completely dumbfounded by Zhang Feng's bragging. What was this all about? They had seen metal carriages before. But they heard that Cheng Chumo and the others made it disappear after a short while. Could this thing really withstand the weight of a ballista? Yu Shernan and the others were the same. He looked at Zhang Feng's bragging with hesitation and astonishment, not knowing what to say. They just couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Motherf *Ker, even the donkeys in the village wouldn't dare to brag like this, right? Zhang Feng also noticed the strange expressions on everyone's faces. He couldn't help but ask, what? Do you think I'm bragging? No. No. I really didn't. Li Shimin held back his laughter and said. However, his flushed face had already explained everything. This thing was really, Zhang Feng was instantly enraged. Looking at these people, she could not help but pull Li Shimin to help him. Look, do you know this stop? It's something similar to the Zhuge chariot. Many people used it during the Three Kingdoms. I don't understand why it's gone now. Also, look at this ballista and the cannons, aren't they moving very slowly? We have to get him to move. What are you going to do with it? Don't tell me you're counting on your carriage. Even if they work themselves to death, they don't know how long it will take for them to reach Chotzi. Not to mention that they can't waste time at this time. This thing is a lifesaver. What's more, do you think His Majesty will only use this thing in the Battle of Chotzi City? Are you kidding? His Majesty has always been thinking about the shame of the Wei River. This thing is actually just a trial in Chotzi. Once it succeeds here, it will definitely be used in the entire army of the Tang dynasty. This is the reason why His Majesty agreed to give us Chotzi City. Even if I say I want Chotzi City now, His Majesty will agree immediately. You, Fengzi, stop talking. The more Yu Shernan listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He directly interrupted Zhang Feng. How could the emperor's mind be guessed like this? This was in front of the emperor. How could the emperor show his face now? Li Shimin waved his hand indifferently. Master you're wrong. His Majesty wants to hear the truth. Besides, Fengzi is right. Think about it. Without these things, how could there be peace in the Tang dynasty? Only by using such divine weapons to intimidate those brave and ruthless people can we ensure that these people can give the people of the world a moment of peace. So, not only do we have to make this thing, but I've also decided to let Qian personally take these things to Chotzi. It will be a test to see if what he has learned these days is useful. What? Yu Shernan's hair stood on end. Second Master, you have to think about this carefully. Young Master. How can he go to that kind of place? Besides, this is a military matter. What can a child like him do there? Yes, Second Master. Swords have no eyes in that place. What if something goes wrong? Li Shimin waved his hand with a smile and said, Fengzi is there. I believe in his ability. And the person leading the team this time is Niu Jijia. He and I are old friends. He has heard about these things that Fengzi has made. If it weren't for the imperial law, he would have come to see it. This time he heard about Qian, so he hit it off with me and decided to let Qian have a test. Yu Shernan and the others' faces darkened when they heard this. They had all heard about Li Chengxian's performance in Chang'an City last night. He could make such a big Chang'an City clean up overnight and predict the next move of those people in advance. Such wisdom was completely different from the muddle-headed crown prince. However, this was Chang'an. How could the crown prince go to a cold place like Chotsi? What if something went wrong? What should he do? So that was why they were so anxious at this time. Zhang Feng didn't care. What happened in Chang'an City last night did make him look at Li Qian with new eyes. However, he was also puzzled. He asked, Lao Li, I've always heard that it was the crown prince who set up the whole Chang'an last night. Then, Li Qian, hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. Chapter 1558. They were so engrossed in their own excitement that they had forgotten about this. Seeing that Zhang Feng was guessing, Li Shimin hurriedly said, Hey! You're talking about this. I won't let Qian take the lead in this matter. After all, you know how much I want the credit for last night's incident, and so does Qian. However, this matter was entrusted to the crown prince by His Majesty. Naturally, Qian has to tell the crown prince everything he knows. That's why he's acting this way. Although this is a great achievement, we can't do something like overshadowing the crown prince. Realization dawned on Zhang Feng when he heard this. Li Qian and the crown prince's names only differed by one character. This was already considered a taboo. The reason why the emperor wanted the crown prince to do this was to see what the crown prince could come up with. However, based on the historical descriptions of the crown prince, as well as Zhang Feng's own speculation, the crown prince was a complete coward. How could he have done what he did last night? Therefore, many people in the imperial court would be unhappy with him. He needed a more dignified matter to boost morale. The emperor had met Li Qian last night, so the matter was clear. Whoever stepped in now would have the same result. The reason why Lao Li was so agitated at this time was because Zhang Feng also understood. It was nothing more than last night's great gain. When he thought about Li Shimin's current behavior, Zhang Feng instantly understood. Could it be that this guy was impatient to let Li Shimin go first because he had obtained the trade rights of Chotsi? At this thought, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. He was indeed a singer and merchant. This kind of thinking was really something that would not rise early if there were no benefits. Lao Li, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Li Qian can take on this big responsibility. I'll get him a protective gear later. Just wait and see. Hearing this, Li Shimin cupped his fists and said happily, That's great, that's great. When Yu Shernan and the others saw this, they were a little anxious. However, it was not the right time to say anything, so they could only silently endure it. From the beginning to the end, the old scholar was like a wooden man, not saying a word. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. However, he was looking at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. It was as if he was admiring an extremely precious piece of art. Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something and asked, Since you're here today, Lao Li, you must be here with a mission, right? Li Shimin awkwardly chuckled. That's right. Although Ho Junji jumped into the river, His Majesty has always been brooding over this remaining evil. Moreover, with Ho Junji's death, His Majesty is worried that something might happen on the border, so he sent me to ask if there should be a thorough investigation. Li Shimin was tormented to death by this matter. It was like a stone pressing down on his heart. If it was not removed, he would never feel comfortable. This was why Li Shimin was so cautious this time and wanted to ask again. Although Zhang Feng had said that this was the end of the matter, Li Shimin was still worried. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was a little confused by Li Shimin's words. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin for a long time before saying, I think you want to see the Tang dynasty fall into internal strife, right? Li Shimin was stunned. He hurriedly asked, What do you mean? Zhang Feng waved his hand. Come, come, come. I'll tell you about it. As he spoke, Zhang Feng pulled Li Shimin to a sand table in the corner of the room and said, Look, this is Chang'an City, this is Tubo, this is the Turks, this is Chotsi, and this is the 5 surnames and 7 clans. For Ho Junji to cause such chaos on the border, what does this mean? If there is even the slightest movement on the border of Chang'an, there will be a chain reaction. Ho Junji's death has caused these people to be suspicious and worried. If His Majesty moves at this time, then Lao Li, we have to make preparations right now. Li Shimin was taken aback. What preparations? Preparations to run. If the 5 surnames and 7 clans move out at the same time, it will definitely involve the border and the military. If we don't run, are we just waiting for death? Li Shimin's lips twitched. Aren't I just asking? It's not like I'm really going to do anything. Let's just let this matter pass. Right, that thing outside, I heard that it's going to be sent to the phosphate fertilizer factory. Li Shimin hurriedly stopped talking. Although he knew that there was a problem with this matter, he still wanted to ask Zhang Feng if he had a way out of this situation. After all, it was very awkward to be in such a passive position all the time. But he hadn't expected Zhang Feng to say the same thing twice. And if he added the last time, it would be 3 times. It was very rare for him to say the same thing 3 times. After all, whenever he asked more than 2 times, Zhang Feng would always give a solution. But this time was an exception. 3 times, Zhang Feng had chosen the same answer. What did this mean? This meant that not even Zhang Feng had a way out of this situation. Chapter 1559. This matter was too big. So big that only Zhang Feng couldn't resolve it, right? Li Shimin deeply felt the stifling and suffocating feeling of this matter. This matter had left Li Shimin even more fearful, and just as Zhang Feng had said, what could he do? Go and get these people out? Even before his army set out, these people would probably start making trouble for him. Ho Junji was only the organizer, and these people were the real tigers. If things really got lively, then, this predicament made Li Shimin even more worried, so much so that he didn't even notice that the cigarette in his hand was burning his fingers. Cough, cough, second master, it's burning, Yu Shernan hurriedly called out to Li Shimin, rousing Li Shimin from his stupor. Second master, how should I put this matter? Think about it. In truth, we have to look at the long term. A few days ago, we carefully studied Feng Zi's psychology textbook, and old man believes that we need to look at the long term. Li Shimin hurriedly asked, what long term? Yu Shernan glanced at Zhang Feng, and the latter gave him a surprised look. Straightening his back, he said, old man believes that the ones who can't sit still the most are those people. Although Ho Junji's death seemed to be for His Majesty's sake, it was actually for the sake of the Ho clan. If he were to be invited into the imperial palace, what awaited him would be endless slaughter. There will be endless interception and killing, and the people in his family will all be killed. Li Shimin was alarmed, and he suddenly recalled what had happened in the imperial prison last night. This seemed to be the same as that. Zhang Feng nodded at this time and said admiringly, Mr. Bosher is right. The reason why I don't want you to get involved in this matter is that, on the one hand, it will cause a desperate situation. On the other hand, the most important thing is that these people are not at ease. After all, no one wants their weakness to fall into the hands of an outsider, and that outsider is the world's number one. Thus, they would rather take the risk of a life or death struggle to find a chance to survive. For example, the Wei River Alliance's compromise. In an instant, Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. The Wei River Alliance had been a last resort, and Zhang Feng's suggestion was probably the most relaxed one. The involvement of the 5 clans and 7 clans, as well as the tribes on the border, might actually be a warning to him. The scene from Taiyuan suddenly appeared in Li Shimin's mind. This time, Li Shimin's mood. It was extraordinarily complicated. This was forcing him to compromise. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with a complicated expression and asked, Fengzi, is there no other way? Zhang Feng was a little surprised by Li Shimin's expression. He didn't understand. What did the change of dynasty have to do with you? But Zhang Feng was also a little conflicted. Who was Li Shimin? He was the heavenly Khan. He hadn't even met him yet, however, he wasn't sure if this matter was a butterfly effect caused by his time travel. However, Zhang Feng was more conflicted. If this matter was really like that, it would be really troublesome. Under the pincer attack of Tubo, Tuyuhan, Tujue, and Goguryeo, how could the Tang dynasty be safe? Then wouldn't it mean that all his efforts would become his biggest crisis? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng instantly lost his composure. Motherf *Ker, isn't this thing just a rebel? Well, you still have to rely on me for this matter. Zhang Feng sighed and said. In an instant, Li Shimin, Yu Shernan, and the others were instantly energized. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He raised his neck and blew smoke rings. After calming himself down, he said, in fact, it's not that there is no other way, but this cycle is still a little long. What way? Li Shimin asked hurriedly. Zhang Feng pointed to the sand table and said, I once heard a saying that one must first pacify the internal situation to resist foreign aggression. The current situation is the exact opposite. Once the foreign invaders at the border are ready to make trouble, the entire Tang dynasty will definitely not be peaceful. Therefore, the most important thing now is to get weapons first. Once there is a battle that is enough to deter the world, the foreign invaders will definitely be pacified. And what the Tang dynasty needs is this moment of stability. Only during this period of stability, we must invest in a large enough military factory. Only in this way can the entire army of the Tang dynasty be equipped with the most advanced weapons and equipment in a short time. This is the capital of deterrence. Let's take Chotzi City as an example. The purpose of this battle is to intimidate them. Once they come to their senses, they will definitely launch a greater counterattack within a certain period of time. At this time, they will be familiar with the power and performance of our cannons. Li Shimin was shocked when he heard this. In that case, aren't our cannons just decorations? If that's the case, then what's the point of spending so much effort to create these things? Zhang Feng grinned and said, no. Although they are familiar with the cannons, they only know that we have 10 cannons. Do we really only have 10 cannons? As long as we are fast enough and put 100 cannons or more on every fortress, do you think they will still have a chance? Lao Li, have you ever seen the magnificent feat of firing 100 cannons at the same time? Chapter 1560. Li Shimin was seething with excitement. Although he had never seen the awe of hundreds of cannons being fired at the same time, he knew the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of arrows being fired at the same time. Li Shimin couldn't help but get excited. Feng Zi, you said it. Why don't you build it? At this time, can we stop talking? Li Shimin was really anxious. Yu Shernan and the others were dumbfounded. Although such a spectacular scene was a little hot-blooded, it was built on the premise of each and every life. No matter when, once a battle big or small started, it was bound to make people restless. This was the most important and the most painful thing. If this was the case, then, Feng Zi, how long will it take to build 10 cannons? Li Shimin asked directly, as long as you say the time, I will arrange the rest. How many people do you want, how much money do you want, and the things you want, I will give you whatever you want. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a strange expression and said, I say. Lao Li, why are you worried about this? You speak as if you are the emperor. Li Shimin was shocked. He knew that he was a little too anxious. He smiled and said, isn't this what Lord Zhongsun has been sending people to say? This matter is indeed urgent. After all, we don't know when the war will start. Once it starts, victory or defeat will be decided in the blink of an eye. At this time, a large number of modified bows and arrows have been sent to the front line, but these bows and arrows have not been tested yet. Tested? Zhang Feng immediately perked up when he heard that. He shouted outside the door, Gao Can. Dong! In an instant, Zhang Feng's door trembled and was forcefully opened. Everyone was stunned to see that the bolt on the door had been broken. Zhang Feng's eyes were wide open. Looking at Gao Can, who entered the door, he was so angry that his fingers trembled. "Tonight, if you don't King fix my door before tonight, Lao Tzu, I will send you to the front line tomorrow." Gao Can heard and immediately became energetic. "Thank you, teacher." Zhang Feng was baffled when he heard that. However, this scene made Li Shimin's eyes light up. This guy was truly a fine piece of jade that was prepared for war. After all, he was Li Shimin, who had seen countless talents and had once led troops into battle. When he saw Gao Can at this time, he instantly could not sit still. He had long noticed this brat. He was determined to follow Zhang Feng. Whatever Zhang Feng said, he would do. Moreover, he had extraordinary strength and was abnormally vicious. The last time he tried to enter Zhang Feng's room, the two chamberlains of imperial insignia were unable to break through his defenses. Was it a human? At this moment, Zhang Feng was too lazy to argue. He waved his hand and said, "Go to the workshop and get a crossbow. Bring all the crossbows here." "Oh." As he spoke, Gao Can left. After Gao Can left, Li Shimin said with a smile, "Fengzi." Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin's smiling face and his heart instantly tensed up. He said with a face full of vigilance, "What?" Li Shimin was stunned. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, how could he say anything? He could only sigh and look at Gao Can's back. "Are you willing to let such a talent stay in the academy and waste his time?" Zhang Feng instantly understood. Gao Can is honest and loyal. Although he is brave on the battlefield, this is also a drawback. Therefore, I want to let him train for a while and then throw him into the army. You see, a situation like the one last night is actually very common at the front line. How to defend the city is not a problem. The key is how to deal with unexpected events in the city, such as spies spreading rumors and poisoning the wells. We have to consider all these. What do you think Gao Can will do if he goes now? He is just an idiot. That is why I said that Gao Can is not suitable for the battlefield. Once he goes on the battlefield, he will just be giving himself up. You all should think about Wuxia and you will know. Instantly, Li Shimin fell silent. Yu Shernan and the others nodded their heads. They were afraid that Zhang Feng would send all these good seedlings out. Gao Can was honest and loyal, and they were used to ordering him around. If such a person went to the battlefield, how long could he survive? In their eyes, such a cunning place was not suitable for the battlefield. At that very moment, Gao Can ran over with a broken sack on his back. Everyone could clearly feel that the lid of the teacup on the table was shaking. The moment Gao Can entered, he carefully placed the sack on the ground and pulled it open. Voila! In an instant, a few of the items inside leaked out. The first thing that caught their eyes was a strong crossbow. The handle of the crossbow was made from red sandalwood. There was an eagle's head engraved on it, and the bowstring looked like a pair of wings. This strange crossbow did not look like it did in the past. This crossbow had 3 arrowheads, and the height of the crossbow was the height of a chopstick. There were 3 arrowheads as well as the bowstring. This meant that one round of firing would require 9 arrowheads. When everyone saw this, they felt a chill run down their spines. More importantly, the bowstring of this crossbow was made from pure steel and rubber. Thus, looking at it now, the entire crossbow gave off a heavy and murderous feeling. Zhang Feng picked up the crossbow and almost fell flat on his face because of the weight. After regaining his composure, Zhang Feng used both hands to put the crossbow on his shoulder. He looked at Li Shimin majestically and said, "Let's go and give it a try." Chapter 1561. Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly picked up a bucket of arrows and an equally heavy bow from the sack and followed Zhang Feng out of the room. The bow and arrow looked like an ordinary bow and arrow. It only had an extra handle, an arrow rack, and a ring. The weight of the bow was 3 times that of the previous crossbow. Not to mention the length, it was as tall as a person. This made Li Shimin even more curious. Once they were out of the villa, Zhang Feng squinted and looked around. He instantly found the target and pointed to the jujube tree by the lake under the waterfall in the distance. "Lao Li, let's try shooting that tree." Li Shimin looked at the tree in a daze. The tree was at least 500 meters away from here. At this distance, could he hit it? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't believe me?" Li Shimin was speechless. "It's so far. Don't talk about accuracy. If you can hit it, I'll find you a princess as your wife." "Princess?" Zhang Feng heard and couldn't help but laugh. "Well, if you really have that kind of ability, let's bet." While talking, Zhang Feng waved at Gao Can and said, "You do it." Li Shimin was a little curious. Zhang Feng pointed to the bow in Li Shimin's hand and said, "If you can hit that tree within 3 arrows, I'll give you a whole roasted lamb. How about that?" Gao Can heard and his eyes lit up. "I don't want a whole roasted lamb." Zhang Feng was happy. "Then what do you want?" "I want you to promise me a request." "A request?" Zhang Feng was a little curious. But he still nodded and said, "Okay, not to mention 1, even 10 will do. By the way, have you taken a fancy to a girl?" Gao Can wouldn't say anything. He directly picked up the bow and arrow. Then he aimed at the tree in the distance. After taking aim a few times, he slowly knocked the arrow and slowly pulled it back. Zhang Feng pointed at the circle and said, "This is the crosshair. When you have nothing to do, use this to aim. You can't go wrong." Gao Can didn't say anything, but Li Shimin became even more passionate. Li Shimin waved his hand and the commander of the Jinwu guards immediately rushed forward. Li Shimin pointed at the jujube tree and said, "Go and take a look. If you hit it, let me know." After everything was ready, Zhang Feng confirmed, "Are you ready?" "Yes." "Shoot." Swish. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish speaking, the bow in Gao Can's hand was pulled back into a full circle. Just as Li Shimin was about to dodge, Gao Can brazenly released the bowstring. The arrowhead directly tore through the air, erupting with a burst of ear-piercing sounds as it disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Or rather, before anyone could see the shadow of the arrow, it had already disappeared. When everyone came to their senses, looking at the motionless jujube tree, they couldn't help but be stunned. This thing. Could it really shoot so far? Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the jujube tree. Seeing that Li Shimin's servant by the jujube tree had disappeared after searching for a long time, Li Shimin and Yu Shernan began to doubt whether Zhang Feng's bow could shoot so far. After all, this bow, in their knowledge, didn't have any arrowhead that could shoot so far. For example, the ballista couldn't reach such a range. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Continue, continue. Don't stop." Li Shimin suppressed his curiosity and watched again. And Gao Can's expression changed a little. He had heard from his teacher that this thing could hit something 500 steps away. But this seemed to be a bit exaggerated. Gao Can did not believe in heresy. He directly drew the bow and took a stance. Then, according to Zhang Feng's method, he directly aimed according to the crosshair. After aiming for a long time, he slowly pulled the bow. When the bowstring burst out an unbearable sound, Gao Can's heart sank. Only then did Gao Can loosen his grip. Whoosh! A more ear-piercing sound. Yu Shernan and others couldn't help but cover their ears subconsciously. But this time, the jujube tree still didn't move a little. This time, Zhang Feng couldn't sit still. He threw the crossbow in his hand to Gao Can and hurried to the jujube tree. He wanted to see for himself what it meant. Gao Can studied in the army. Before coming to the academy, he had learned archery from a master. It could be said that his archery skills had never missed. But this time, why didn't it work? Is there a problem with my method? Or is there a problem with the material? Can't the bow and arrow reach such a long range? He had already said this. If he lost face at this time, he would lose a lot of face. After this batch of bows and arrows came out, they hadn't been tested effectively. They were just tested according to the range of conventional bows and arrows. Then, they were hurriedly sent to the border. One was the problem of time. The other was that they were all busy. Li Shimin didn't have time to come. Who would Zhang Feng ask to test it? At this time, seeing Zhang Feng go over, several people couldn't help but be curious and hurriedly followed Zhang Feng. When they came to the jujube tree, Zhang Feng and others were dumbfounded. Who the hell said that the bow and arrow didn't hit? The bow and arrow directly shot through the jujube tree. Damn it! What kind of power was this? The commander of the Jinwu guards had also heard of the power of the bow, so when Gao Ken was designing, he had already hidden aside. After the arrow was shot, he hurriedly looked at it from afar. There was no arrow cluster on the tree, nor on the ground. More importantly, this Motherf * king thing had pierced through a tree. Where were they going to find it? This time, the few of them couldn't help but stare at the holes in the tree, letting out sounds of toothache as they sucked in cold air. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder proudly and said, "Lao Li, this time, what do you say?" Chapter 1562. What could Li Shimin say? He had never paid attention to this batch of bows and arrows. He only thought that Zhang Feng was bragging, and his focus was on the cannon, as well as the gun and the ballista that Zhang Feng mentioned. But now, when he saw the hole in the tree, it seemed to have opened the door to a new world for Li Shimin. This thing was simply prepared for the battlefield. If every army had 10,000 of these bows and arrows, they would be able to do so. When the two armies were facing each other, with only one round of fire, the other side would be defeated. At this time, when he saw the bow in Gao Can's hand, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel excited. But at this time, Zhang Feng also seemed to be very satisfied and clapped his hands. "Go, try the power of this strong crossbow, Zhang Feng looked around and then pointed to the smooth wall on the side of the villa in the distance. "Go, let's go there and try." While talking, they returned to the villa area again. Then after confirming that there was no one around, Zhang Feng and the others then got into position and tried to shoot the strong crossbow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone could see bursts of explosions on the wall in the distance with the naked eye, and then a black dot appeared in the rustling wall powder. Everyone looked at the arrow cluster on the wall again and felt a headache. This thing. If it was on the battlefield. Then, Li Shimin couldn't help but look at the strong crossbow in Gao Can's hand and said, "Let me try." But Gao Can didn't even bother to look at him. It made Li Shimin's head spin. Zhang Feng patted Gao Can's shoulder proudly and said, not bad, but you have to fix the wall, or it will look weird." "Lao Li, are you satisfied with this thing now?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." Li Shimin nodded repeatedly. But he still asked, "But you said that you added steel to the arrowhead, can this thing really pierce through ordinary protective gear?" Zhang Feng heard and waved his hand. "Go get a big iron plate, let's put Lao Li to try, how about it?" Gao Can turned and left. Li Shimin rubbed his hands excitedly, playing with the long bow and the strong crossbow. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Seeing this, the old scholar couldn't help but pull Zhang Feng out of the crowd and asked, "Fengzi, this thing is a little. Once this thing is used on the battlefield, if it was taken by someone with evil intentions, wouldn't it be a World War II?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression was also serious. The old scholar's worry was actually not a problem. At that time, he also had had such worries. If such a thing were to really leak out, wouldn't the world be in chaos? It was easy for all the kings to rise together. But at this time, the Tang dynasty needed something like this, so that the entire Tang dynasty would not be controlled by others. This thing was like a deterrent. Zhang Feng knew that it was not good to have too much of this thing, but after thinking about the records of the Tang dynasty, with Hou Junji's death, Li Qingqian would not have much of a problem. At the very least, with his timid personality, he would not dare to raise an army. So, Zhang Feng felt that it should not be a problem for the Tang dynasty to get this thing out. Besides, Zhang Feng also had a backup plan for this thing. When the Battle of Qiuzi was over, this thing would be handed over to the old emperor. At that time, he would not have to do anything, and he would even get a generous commission. This feeling was simply too good. Moreover, only Zhang Feng could make guns, real rifles, sniper rifles, and other such things. Compared to those things, this crossbow was simply too weak. And the old scholar's words had also enlightened Zhang Feng. It seemed that this composite bow could not be made, at least not now. Even if he wanted to make it, it would be in the future. After all, the crafting of this thing was truly too complicated, and the time needed to make it was also a problem. He could not make it even if he wanted to. The old scholar saw Zhang Feng's silence and thought that he was thinking about something, so he anxiously asked, "Fengzi, I know that your original intention in making this thing was to solve the border problem and the problem of the Turks. But if such a lethal weapon were to be leaked, or if the Turks were to steal the technology, then..." Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. This thing is all with me, and I made each step separately. For example, the people in the East Market are only responsible for making the body of the crossbow, while the people in the West Market make the bow. And the people in the mountain make the bowstring, and the assembly is done by the same group. These people usually keep it a secret. At most, they only know that they are here to forge iron. But once they leave here, they won't know that the person in front of them is actually a member of the team." The old scholar sighed and said, "But this thing will cost a lot of money. Make as little as possible. Don't add so much karma." Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, the old scholar shook his head and sighed. "Well, I don't want to watch. I have classes over there." The old scholar really couldn't stand it anymore. He shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked away. After the old scholar left, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who was playing happily, and said, "Lao Li, do you have anything to say now?" Without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, Gao Can's voice slowly rang out. "I have something to say." Chapter 1563. Zhang Feng and Li Shimin were both stunned. They looked at Gao Can and asked, "What do you want?" Gao Can looked at the two of them and waved the longbow in his hand with a burning gaze. "Didn't Master promise me 3 conditions?" Zhang Feng was a little dumbfounded. Looking at the honest Gao Can, he rubbed his eyes. Is this guy still the same Gao Can? At this time, even Yu Shernan and Li Shimin were interested. Li Shimin smiled and waved his hand. "Tell me, if it's not excessive, I'll agree to it, let alone him." "Really?" Gao Can couldn't help but ask. Yu Shernan was so scared that he coughed. "Gao Can, pay attention to your words. What did this old man teach you?" Li Shimin waved his hand indifferently. Today, on one hand, he went up the mountain to deal with the matters at the foot of the mountain. Now that the matters at the foot of the mountain were settled, it was time to relax. On the other hand, after seeing this batch of bows, Li Shimin was really happy. Moreover, Gao Can was a rare general seedling that Li Shimin liked among this group of students. Naturally, he cherished talent. As long as his request wasn't excessive, why not give it to him? Seeing that Li Shimin took the initiative to accept, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Then tell me, which family's girl do you like?" "Don't worry, Lao Li is rich and imposing. No matter which family's girl she is, Lao Li can get her for you." Gao Can shook his head and said, "Teacher, I want to go to Chiuzi." "What?" Zhang Feng was instantly stunned. Because he was stunned. He hurriedly asked, "You want to go to Chiuzi?" Gao Can nodded heavily. "Yes." "Why?" "Because I want to go to the real battlefield to experience it." "No." Zhang Feng heard this and immediately waved his hand to refuse. What a joke. From Zhang Feng's point of view, Gao Can was just a hothead who hadn't been enlightened. Such a young man was simple-minded and easily deceived. This was the future god of war. Zhang Feng did not dare to let such a talent die. What if he died early? Would there be one less capable student in the military in the future? How was he going to brag to others in the future? Why are you teaching other students? No. There's no room for discussion. Change to something else. But Gao Can was stubborn and refused to relent. Li Shimon's eyes flashed. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "I say, since you've already said it, it's not good to go back on your words, right? Or perhaps, you don't have confidence in this batch of weapons, or do you have doubts about Qian Er's intelligence and General Niu's strength?" This time, Zhang Feng was instantly speechless. He waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Fine, fine, fine. I don't care. Since you're the one who vouched for him, if anything happens to him, I'll ask for you." Seeing this, Gao Can's face flushed with excitement and he stuttered for a long time. Zhang Feng was also annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "You can go, but you have to complete the homework I taught you on time every day. Get lost. When you're leaving, come find me with Li Qian. I'll give you a life-saving toy." "Yes." Gao Can heard this and left excitedly. Li Shimon's eyes lit up again. "Fengzi, the life-saving toy you mentioned, don't. If you don't give it to me now, I don't have much time to make it. It's too complicated. Let's talk about it when I succeed. I'm sleepy. Why don't you?" Seeing Zhang Feng driving him away, Li Shimon's mouth twitched. But he still saluted and left. After all, the mess at the foot of the mountain was waiting for him to clean up. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? Furthermore, the issue of the cannon was constantly on his mind. Now everything was ready. And Zhang Feng's words and the things that Zhang Feng made today made Li Shimon have a better understanding of the safety of Chang'an. That was, as long as the city defense army had a batch of such bows and arrows, as well as those spears and modeo. No one could shake the security of Chang'an. Not a bit. No one could easily cause trouble in Chang'an city like before. After Li Shimon left, Zhang Feng yawned and sent Yu Shernan and the others away. He knew that Yu Shernan and the others must have countless things to say to him. But Zhang Feng just didn't want to talk. This matter was extremely difficult to talk about. It was also difficult to talk about. Zhang Feng was too lazy to talk. At this time, it was already noon. When Zhang Feng entered the living room, he smelled the aroma of meat and mushrooms. He walked into the kitchen with a strange feeling. It didn't matter at first glance. Zhang Feng was so scared that he almost shouted for help. In the kitchen, Old He's wife was teaching Yu Yao how to cook, and several old women were teaching Jingshu how to cut vegetables. On the side, the fire of the stove had already ignited the firewood outside the stove. The two girls were so scared that they chattered in a mess. Old He's wife and the others also comforted the two women with a bucket of water. Although the fire was extinguished, anyone who had burned firewood before would be able to imagine the ashes in the stove. Zhang Feng decisively left the kitchen. He opened the window and let the smoke out of the kitchen dissipate a little. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Life is so good." Chapter 1564. At this moment, the battle in Chang'an had ended. The main culprit had been captured. It was the tyrant of Dragon King Town, Duke Chen's nephew, Lv Rui. When the Imperial Guards went there, they fought with the imperial guards and died under their swords. When the court learned of this, they were shocked. But at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news came out of the court. Ho Junji was dead. And he had died on the way to Chang'an, falling into the Chan River. Although many people doubted the accuracy of this news, the truth was right before their eyes. It had happened at the foot of Mount Zhongnan. Tens of thousands of soldiers and the entire Chang'an navy had only found Ho Junji's corpse 3 li below the Chan River bridge. This time, everyone who had come to watch was stunned. He was really dead. And according to the investigation, Ho Junji did not seem to have suffered any external injuries before he died, but everyone was still hesitant. Why would Ho Junji fall into the river here? And where did his guards go? But the emperor had only issued a decree, so no one could pursue the matter. 3 days later, Chang'an city had returned to its former prosperity, and everyone seemed to have forgotten about that incident. Everyone's eyes were once more fixed on Mount Zhongnan. Because the autumn planting had already been going on for half a month, but there was still no sign of the phosphate fertilizer. However, outside the Tonghua Gate, there was an additional team of people digging and clearing a path. This made everyone even more surprised. After asking around, they learned that they were actually building a phosphate fertilizer factory. Instantly, countless people joined the battlefield in excitement. All they needed was 2 full meals. They could work for you for an entire day. Why? Because all the people wanted to get this thing out as soon as possible so that they would not have to go hungry in the coming year. When the Ministry of Works learned of this matter, Li Shaogong immediately asked for Li Shimon's permission to allocate countless provisions and silver. Then, the battlefield at the foot of Mount Longsho, which had less than 1,000 soldiers and craftsmen at the start, instantly swelled to more than 5,000. Moreover, countless people would come every day and volunteer to join in. For the first time, White Deer College disappeared from everyone's sight. It was rare for Zhang Feng to live a comfortable life. Every day, he would take a walk with the 2 girls, hunt, fish, and sometimes have a barbecue in the wild, which amused the 2 girls. On the other side, Cheng Chumo and the others were having a hard time. The windmill had already been built once. If it didn't work, they would have to tear it down and build it again. In the end, he had no choice but to seek help from the carpenters on the mountain. Only then was he freed. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, and the others were the most relaxed. Every day, other than studying knowledge, they would be running back and forth in the smithy. No one knew what they were tinkering with, but there were many huge bottles and jars in the place where they lived. This scene, it made Cheng Chumo and the others want to cry. But there was no other way. The matter had already reached this point. Cheng Chumo and the others were also motivated. Other than the water wheel, almost all the water troughs in the villa area had been set up. As soon as the water wheel was ready, they could test the water. Once the water test was completed, this thing would become the only and first water circulation drive system in the entire Tang dynasty. How could Cheng Chumo and the others not be excited? Although they also wanted to go to the battlefield with Li Chengqian, and that was the place they wanted to go the most, the importance of this water wheel was beyond doubt. This was an important matter that would determine whether the people of the entire Tang dynasty could use phosphate fertilizer before the new year. Once it was completed, then going to the battlefield would be dregs. This was a magnificent feat. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. 2 muffled sounds were heard. In the villa area, there was a burst of cheers. Then, Cheng Chumo ran to the lake, panting. Pointing at the water wheel in the villa area, he excitedly pulled Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, look, the water wheel is ready." Zhang Feng was speechless. It was good that it was ready, right? Because of his actions, the fish that was about to fall into his hands was gone. Zhang Feng was so angry that he threw the fishing rod away. But then he looked at it. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Did you invite the carpenter on the mountain?" The carpenter on the mountain was invited by Zhang Shan from Tongzhou. He used to work in the Ministry of Works. His craftsmanship, the desks, teaching aids, and so on the mountain were all made by him. Cheng Chumo wiped his sweat and grinned. You didn't say that I couldn't invite him. Zhang Feng was speechless and gave him a thumbs up. Well, then there's no need to look at it. Hurry up and set up the water wheel. But remember, once the water wheel is set up, make sure that it can be used for a long time in the water. Cheng Chumo patted his chest and said, Don't worry about this. I've asked around. These people have built the imperial garden in the palace and the water wheel in the Daming Palace. There's nothing wrong with their craftsmanship. Zhang Feng chuckled. Well, let's see. Chapter 1565. Zhang Feng meant. He wanted to make a pure steel axle. Zhang Feng knew the power of the water wheel. But this axle had to be replaced almost once a year. Below the waterfall, the impact of the water falling down from the mountain was far greater than the resistance of the water in the gentle river. But at this time, seeing Cheng Chumo so confident, Zhang Feng didn't want to dampen his spirits, so he had to remind him. Yu Yao and Jingshu carried a basket of fish and followed Zhang Feng to the balcony on the second floor of the villa. They sat by the small stove, watching Zhang Feng roasting fish while watching hundreds of men lifting the water wheel. Although the two women blushed and blushed, such a spectacular and manly scene was rare. The water wheel was made of ordinary materials. Because of the rush, the carvings and decorations on it were almost omitted. But even so, it took more than 2 hours for them to get the water wheel into the water. Then it was the big base. The base was easy to get. It was nothing more than getting some stone strips that had been chiseled and flattened by stonemasons. Then they dismantled the water wheel and put it on bit by bit. Zhang Feng also admired these people's perseverance. Without any external help, they could actually set up this 5-meter-high water wheel. And they didn't know what method they used to firmly integrate it with the stone platform that had been laid out in the water before. At this time, in everyone's expectation, the water wheel began to turn. With the force of the water, it slowly became faster and faster. And everyone looked at the water wheel carefully. When the water wheel had started to spin perfectly, everyone began to shout like children in the water. They shouted from afar, Feng, how is it? What do you think of this thing? Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he still nodded. He got up and looked at everyone, raised the wine glass in his hand, and shouted at the same time, Good job. Wow. In an instant, Cheng Chumo and the others cheered again. And most importantly, it was the circulation system of the entire water wheel. The entire water wheel and water tank. A total of 7 water wheels of different sizes were used. There were also countless water troughs that circled around every house in the villa area and the dormitory area. In the end, it returned to the lake because of the power of the water wheel. Only by completing all of this, only then would it be considered the true end. Zhang Feng could not wait any longer. Once the water wheel starts moving, the water wheel will start moving. The matter was almost set in stone. As for how long he could maintain it, that would depend on the abilities of these fellows. If Li Qian, Du Go, Ma Zhou and the others were to do this, Zhang Feng knew that with their intelligence, they would definitely do a better job. However, Zhang Feng didn't want them to come. Instead, he chose Cheng Chumo and the other uncouth men and Qian Xiang. Qian Xian's shrewd calculation ability had already stunned everyone. Li Gang and the old elementary scholar even announced that they had accepted him as their last disciple. This time, it was like a bolt out of the blue for everyone. 2 great scholars had accepted a disciple as their last disciple. This was simply a rare knowledge of numbers. These were not important. The important thing was that without Qian Xian's idea and calculation ability, Zhang Feng estimated that this group of iron fools would not be able to come up with this thing even if they were given a year. The appearance of Qian Xian also stimulated these fellows. Usually, when they were studying physics and dynamics, these fellows were either doing this or that. However, during this period, Zhang Feng found that this group of fellows, instead of jumping around, directly went to do things in silence. He even heard that they often woke up Du Dabing and the others in the middle of the night to ask questions from books. Therefore, after hearing this matter, Zhang Feng was really completely relieved. Dynamics was not something that could be achieved with a simple water wheel. Zhang Feng smiled. Then, he shouted at Shiva who was standing at the side, "Shiva, go, scrape some white stuff on the wall of the latrine for me. Also, go to the kiln where the lime is burned and get some charcoal." Zhang Feng listed out in detail the things needed to make gunpowder. Shiva was a little confused. But he still obeyed the order and went. After Shiva left, Jingshu frowned and asked, "What do you want the things in the latrine for?" "And that saltpeter, I remember that only the Ministry of Work seems to have it. It seems that it is very rare among the people. What do you want it for?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Didn't you hear the conversation between Lao Li and I in the living room downstairs just now?" The two girls shook their heads in confusion. Zhang Feng heard this and instantly stopped talking. After pondering for a while, he looked at the setting sun hanging in the col of the Qinling Mountains not far away and said, "That is something that can make mankind take a big step forward." Jingshu was stunned. She looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Seeing that she was not joking at this time, he sighed slightly and said, "I don't understand. Gunpowder is the ammunition used by cannons. I don't understand, can you say something that I can understand?" "Ah. The weather is so good today." Chapter 1566. Dong. The sound of the court. In this foggy early morning, the sound quietly cut through the sky of Chang'an. Although it was only 5:00 in the morning, the basketball courts on the streets were already overcrowded. Everyone was playing basketball with all their might. From time to time, there were even bursts of cheers and curses. In the courtyards of some rich families, all the servants were doing morning exercises under the supervision of the housekeeper and the master's wife. On the streets, the soldiers of the Chang and local government and the students of the Imperial College of Hongwen were all shouting and doing morning exercises over and over again. Everything was so peaceful and peaceful. But in the imperial palace, swords were drawn and bows were drawn. At this time, all the officials were neatly looking at Li Shimin, who was slowly ascending the 8-step stairway to heaven in the court. Today, Li Shimin was in a particularly good mood. After dealing with the daily affairs, Li Shimin directly wanted to invite the officials to take a look at the imperial plantation outside the city. The Minister of Agriculture hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Li Shimin was stunned and waved his hand, saying, "Go ahead." "Your Majesty, it has been half a month since the autumn planting. We have heard that the grand scholar Zhang Feng of White Deer College has made phosphate fertilizer, but we have not seen any trace of phosphate fertilizer. Now all the people in Chang'an are talking about it. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to let Zhang Feng produce phosphate fertilizer as soon as possible so that it can be used for food recovery after the disaster." "Your Majesty, we second the motion." "I second the motion." Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression became serious. He waved his hand and looked at Li Shaogong, saying, "Shaogong, what's the matter now?" Hearing this, Li Shaogong, the Minister of Works, hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there are thousands of people in the Ministry of Works, plus the craftsmen I found, and more than 3,000 people volunteered to join the construction of the phosphate fertilizer factory on Mount Longsho. I'm afraid it will be finished in 5 days. 5 days, Li Shimin nodded slightly and said, "If it's 5 days, there should still be enough time. I learned that this thing can be used after planting wheat seeds. Therefore, everything in the Ministry of Agriculture can continue as usual. There's no need to worry too much. Also, tell the people not to panic over this matter." When the Minister of Agriculture heard this, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this subject has also gone to that mine to take a look these past 2 days. Although the minister's words are indeed true, according to this subject's knowledge, producing phosphate fertilizer requires water. Although that mine has water, I fear it doesn't meet Principal Zhang's requirements. And as we all know, even if we can build the kind of instrument that President Zhang mentioned, it will take some time. In that case, won't we have to wait for another month? 1 month later, then, although the words of the Minister of Agriculture ended here. But everyone knew. It was difficult to build something, not to mention building a factory. And Li Shimin also faintly worried. When he was on the mountain yesterday, he saw Cheng Chumo and others fiddling with that thing. If it was done by Ma Zhou and others, it might be possible. But if it was done by these careless people, how could it be done? To think that Zhang Feng could actually joke about this matter. Li Shimin didn't feel anything before, but now? Now he thought about it. This seemed to be a bit too hasty. At this time, among the ministers, some stood out one after another. Even some of the generals stood out at this time to ask for the decree. This undoubtedly made those who had not felt a deep pressure. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead with a headache. Prime Minister Wei, what do you think of this matter? Wei Zheng hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, in my opinion, this subject also has some doubts. After all, Mr. Wang of the Minister of Agriculture said there is no problem at all. At this time, there is no trace of phosphate fertilizer at all. I have received a lot of memorials asking about this matter in the past 2 days. While speaking, Wei Zheng glanced at Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling stammered, Your Majesty, in the past 2 days, the Secretariat has also received a lot of memorials from various provinces. They are all about this matter. Although I have been delaying this matter, it is not the case. So I also want to ask Your Majesty, please send someone to ask about this phosphate fertilizer. So did Yuqi Gong and others. Li Shimin was a little speechless. He stared at them and said angrily, In my opinion, this is what you want to ask, right? Don't think that I don't know what you have been doing during this time. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead and then said, There is no need to report about this matter. I will deal with it at my own discretion. If there is nothing else, the court is dismissed. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he ran away. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. The original process was to wait for the officials to send him off, but, the officials looked at Li Shimin in astonishment. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What was the emperor going to do? After Li Shimin left, the officials immediately crowded around. Prime Minister Wei. Prime Minister Wei, Mr. Fang, Lord Zhangsun, wait. How could they not know what the crowd meant? But at this time, seeing that they couldn't leave, they had to bite the bullet and say, Everyone, this is not the place to talk. How about going to Chang'an Hotel today to talk while we talk? Chapter 1567. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Chang'an Hotel. One could see it almost every 100 feet. It was not because Li Qingqian and the others had many sideline jobs. It was because the Hongwen Guan, the Imperial College, and the people from Guanlong had a share of the pie. Moreover, Zhang Feng had agreed to it, and the result was that the streets of Chang'an were filled with such hotels. Almost all the original restaurants had disappeared. Everyone was trying their best to go to the Chang'an Hotel to learn skills secretly. But even so, it was of no use. They still could not stop the hot business. When everyone came to their senses, they found that these few hotels had almost monopolized the food and beverage market in Chang'an City. Now, the pork that almost everyone in Chang'an City hated before, no one knew how Dean Zhang Feng made it. There was no fishy smell at all. The most important thing was that outside the city, there was news of a divine pig's interview coming out of nowhere. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. And Zheng Tufu, who had been selling meat in the East Market all his life, changed his profession at this time. He went to fiddle with some pig feed and a new breed of pig called crossbreed. In an instant, the whole court was shocked. Everyone was in an uproar. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. At this time, Wei Zheng, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others had booked the most conspicuous restaurant outside the Vermilion Bird Avenue. It was originally called Maple Forest Pavilion. It was a famous restaurant in Chang'an City. But it fell into the hands of Zhangsun Chong and the others. It became the largest Chang'an hotel in Chang'an. The hotel was divided into 3 floors. It could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. But at this time, they had already received the news from the higher-ups. A group of people was driven out to receive the 100 important officials. Anyway, it was their own business. It was free to eat. And most importantly, it could improve their relationship. Why wouldn't he do it? In any case, this restaurant alone was worth a year of their salary. At this time, after Wei Zheng, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others raised their glasses and made a toast, Wei Zheng said, "Everyone, everyone." In an instant, the officials quieted down. They were not here to drink today. They were here to ask about the phosphate fertilizer. After all, the phosphate fertilizer issue had caused a huge uproar. Moreover, the family had long been in an uproar. Every time he returned home, the shrew at home would be by his ear, buzzing like a fly in the latrine. At this time, when Wei Zheng spoke, everyone immediately pricked up their ears and waited. Seeing this, Wei Zheng patted Zhangsun Wuji's shoulder and said, "Lord Zhangsun and Lord Fong should personally explain it to you." While speaking, Zhangsun Wuji made a fist and palm salute and said, "Everyone, the phosphate fertilizer issue is being dealt with on the mountain. When the site at the foot of the mountain is built, it will be dealt with. As for the river on Longzhou Mountain, haven't you noticed that the water leading to the Longzhou Canal has increased recently and is extremely turbid?" Hearing this, everyone really thought of this point. Not to mention the Longzhou Canal. At this time, the water in the canal from the Longzhou Canal to the Imperial City and Chang'an City was dim yellow. No one knew what it was doing. At this time, hearing Zhangsun Wuji's words, everyone seemed to think of something. Minister Wang of the Agricultural Temple hurriedly asked, "Lord Zhangsun, do you mean that the canal is being renovated on the river? And the people who are digging for the phosphate fertilizer plant are dispersed? If so, just say the word and I'll transfer some people to you tomorrow." Zhangsun Wuji smiled and waved his hand, lying on the guardrail on the 2nd floor and said, "No, the fortifications are also being built on the river, but the old man doesn't know what exactly they are doing. But I heard that they are doing something related to the phosphate fertilizer plant. Once that thing is done, and the site is repaired, there will be a steady flow of phosphate fertilizer. According to the preliminary estimation, the daily capacity should be about 500 dawn, 500 dawn? 500 dawn? Phosphate fertilizer? Hiss. The officials couldn't help but gasp. The burning in their eyes became more serious. "Lord Zhangsun, how do you plan to distribute the 500 dawn of phosphate fertilizer?" This was the plan they wanted to know the most. 500 dawn was not much, but it was not little. Once this thing was really done, the sale and other matters would have to be dealt with by Feng Zi. In particular, he didn't know how to use it, so he had to wait for Feng Zi. At this time, Zhangsun Wuji saw that everyone was in high spirits, but he didn't know what was going on. He just thought for a while and said, This matter has to be decided by His Majesty. Let's wait for the phosphate fertilizer plant to be built first. This time, we only have one thing to do, that is to go to the prefectures to look for phosphate fertilizer mines. Only in this way can we complete the Emperor's order faster and finish the phosphate fertilizer matter within this year. What do you think?" Hearing this, what could the officials say? Lord Zhangsun, the Emperor's brother-in-law, said so. What could they say? They could only agree. We will definitely obey the emperor's order. Zhang Wuji heard this and waved his hand, saying, "Come on, it's rare for so many of us to gather here today. Let's have a good drink." Chapter 1568. At the same time, in Tai Chi Palace, Li Yuan was playing poker in boredom. While watching the palace attendants and beautiful concubines singing and dancing, he could not help but feel a little fed up. Although the music played was the laughter of the vast sea that Zhang Feng made at the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meet that day, but listening to it at that time still made one's blood boil. But listening to it every day, in addition to the little eunuchs, those guards, and then to the palace attendants and concubines dance, directly made Li Yuan vomit. Listening to it made him vomit. Just at this time, someone reported that Li Shimin had arrived. In an instant, Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly dismissed everyone. After tidying up his clothes, he drank tea and waited for Li Shimin's arrival. Son greets imperial father. Every day of paying respects, it was almost always Zhang Sun and Wu Go who came alone, and Li Shimin had not come here for a long time. When he arrived at this time, Li Yuan knew that Li Shimin had something to do. Waving his hand, he said, "Quickly get up, sit. You haven't come for a long time? How is it, the matter of Chang'an, have you investigated clearly?" Li Shimin nodded. Looking at the tea that Li Yuan personally poured for him, he said, "Imperial father, this matter has been investigated clearly, it is Duke Chen." Originally, Li Shimin wanted to see Li Yuan's reaction, but after Li Shimin finished speaking, Li Yuan just paused the teapot in his hand, and gently shook his head. "I have long guessed that there are not many people in the court who can be so familiar with the matters of the court, as well as be able to figure out people's hearts. You see Wei Zheng, Zhang Wuji, as well as Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, there are only a few people who can be so capable. Who do you think would be in the military if they are familiar with the matters in the military and have connections with those big clans? Li Jing is always stationed in Yuzhou province. At this moment, he could only use Yuqi, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda and Qin Shubao. However, these people are closely related to Feng Zi. Given their intelligence, they could not play such a trick. Additionally, those big clans hate them most. Do you think that you can associate with them? Only now did Li Shimin finally realize what was going on. No wonder that brat Fengzi was suspicious of Hou Junji. If we had thought about it a little more, we would have understood. But we always felt that he was a good person, and a kind one at that. I'm low-key, I'm not that kind of person." As he spoke, Li Shimin could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Seeing this, Li Yuan sighed and said, "This is what they call, those who are closely involved can't see clearly. It's also called, blind under the light. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Don't be too distressed. After all, this old fellow still has some conscience and didn't drag down the court when he left." Li Shimin nodded. He truly did rejoice in this matter. But Hou Junji was probably thinking more about protecting his family and his reputation. Using death to exchange for a reputation. This was a business transaction. In the end, he had lost. "Imperial father, do you think that this matter needs to be investigated further?" Li Yuan smiled as he sipped his tea and pointed at the nearby lake. "Remember what Feng Zi once said. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Let's put this matter to rest. Let's take it slow." Li Shimin saw that the two most important people to him had said so. At this time, he finally sighed deeply and temporarily put aside the dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, as an emperor, it was quite humiliating for him to be fooled by an official. The most important thing at this time was to do as Zhang Feng had said. First, he would swap out. Once the war on the border was over, he could nibble away at them one by one. After all, at that time, he would have plenty of elite soldiers and even more weapons. Only by sending the soldiers out of Chiotzi city back to the capital would he be able to ensure peace. At this moment, Li Yuan said, "That's right, I heard that an incredible thing has appeared outside the city. Have you heard of it? Li Shimin was taken aback. He hurriedly said, Imperial Father, please dispel my confusion. Li Yuan was somewhat speechless. He said, I heard that there's a new hybrid pig outside the city, and there's also something called pig feed. I also heard that those pigs don't have the slightest fishy smell, and they can produce several pounds of meat a day. Li Shimin was taken aback by these words. He said in surprise, This seems to be something that Feng Zi came up with? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me, is this something that Feng Zi came up with? Ha! I was just wondering what that brat wanted the masons of the palace for. So it was to tinker with this thing. We were still worried that after we finished eating this pork, we would be able to eat such delicious pork again. I didn't think that this brat would really be able to. Let's go, let's go. We haven't left the palace for a long time. Let's go out to relax and take a look at that thing. Li Yuan couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and walked outside. He didn't forget to call Li Shimin along. But how could Li Shimin be in the mood at this time? He hurriedly said, Imperial Father, this son still has many things to do. What things are so important? Come out of the palace with us to relax. Look at you. You can't even understand this. If you continue like this, how will you handle government affairs? Li Shimin saw that he couldn't refuse. He could only smile bitterly and said, Then, it's all up to Imperial Father. Good, that's right. Let's go out of the palace. Let's go out of the palace. Chapter 1569. In Chang'an City. At this time, the sun was shining on the earth. Along with the sound of gongs, it also announced that the morning market in the east and west markets had opened. All kinds of peddlers were entering the east and west markets in an endless stream. With the increase of the peddlers, the market was full of people at this time. Except for those places that were burned into ruins. At this time, the ruins of Chang'an City were being cleaned up quickly, but there were still large areas of ruins waiting, but this did not affect the trade. Groups of peddlers stood on the edge of the ruins, showing their goods, and then squatting on the ground to take a nap. Li Shimin and Li Yuan, still in disguise, sat in the carriage, enjoying the liveliness along the way and chatting. At this time, their carriage slowly passed by the door of the largest and most gorgeous Chang'an hotel. Li Shimin pointed to the hotel and said, Father is here, the congratulatory gift is the largest and most luxuriously decorated place in Chang'an City. It's the property of Zhang Xuan's son. Why don't we go and eat now? Li Yuan squinted and touched his beard. At this time, there were countless guards standing at the entrance of the hotel, and in the alley behind the restaurant, there were countless people in palanquins. He could not help but ask in surprise, Is there something big here today? Li Shimin was stunned and said, No. Then this. Why does it look like the palanquins of various officials? Hearing this, Li Shimin was startled and hurriedly leaned against the window to take a look. With this look, he also discovered the palanquins. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Little Gizi, go take a look. Who is inside and what is going on? While speaking, little Gizi hurriedly ran away, and the palanquins were still going out of the city. After a while, little Gizi hurriedly came and said, Your Majesty, retired emperor, at this time, several Guogong are appeasing the officials, asking them to supervise the search for phosphate fertilizer in each state. Li Shimin and Li Yuan heard this and could not help but look at each other. They did not say anything. But Xiao Gizi said, Later, several dukes will personally come to explain this matter to His Majesty and retired emperor. The duke said. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, All right, we understand. Li Shimin's voice was a little cold. At this time, it was the time for them to be on duty. Yet, all the officials were here. Moreover, he was caught red-handed by the retired emperor. How could this not make Li Shimin angry? Along the way, Li Shimin and Li Yuan did not speak another word. After waiting for a while, their palanquins slowly left Chang'an city. As soon as they left the city, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned. It was because at this moment, they actually heard sounds that were even more complicated than those in the city, as well as waves of shouts. The two of them were somewhat astonished. Could it be that they had returned to the eastern and western markets? The two of them parted the curtains and were stunned. They were indeed outside the city. It was just similar to the market of a small town. However, at this time, almost all the people in the market were running to one place with large baskets in their arms. Some people even used handcarts to drag pig cages. Among them, pigs of different sizes were groaning in the cages. And the most important thing was that each and every one of them was fat and strong. This is a pig? Li Yuan could not help but be surprised. Li Shimin was also a little confused. This was the first time he had seen the kind of pig that had been cultivated. Before, he had only heard Zhang Feng say that this method could screen out pigs that were qualified enough. Then, after countless times of cultivation, the strong pigs were screened out and the next generation was cultivated. After repeating this 3 times, the pigs basically did not have a fishy smell, and the pigs could be, but he, Li Shimin, had never seen it before. And there were so many of them. At this time, at a glance, in this small market, apart from more than half of the people, there were only these big fat pigs running all over the ground. Were these pigs turned into spirits? Or could this pig really be so big? The two of them could not help but be interested. They slowly walked down from the carriage, smelling the smell of pickled pig dung in the air, and asked the person beside them with a smile. "Little brother, where are you going?" The man was carrying a large basket on his back. In the basket, there was a pig that was happily trying to break free from its restraints. The man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, looking at the two of you, "You should also be here for this thing, right? What a coincidence, the town's Zhengtufu just happened to have a pig out today. Why don't we go and take a look?" Zhengtufu? Could it be a butcher? Li Shimin instantly thought of the time when they were on the mountain, and when Zhang Feng received the imperial edict and invited the neighbors to a banquet, which forthright man. "Father, why don't we go and take a look?" Hearing this, Li Yuan was also interested. This kind of thing was really rare. And the thing that Zhang Feng made, he had to go and take a look no matter what. The two of them immediately abandoned the carriage. Under the escort of little Gizi and a group of Jinwu guards disguised as servants, they slowly walked in with the crowd. And at this time, Wei Zheng and the others who changed their clothes also hurried over, and hurriedly caught up with Li Shimin and Li Yuan. "Greetings to the second master, greetings to the old master." Li Shimin snorted, glanced at the few people and said, "Let's talk about it later. First, let's go and see what Feng Zi made, and see what it is." Chapter 1570. Several people heard this. They couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Zi still didn't seem to have come up with anything good for a long time. What Zhang Feng did during this period of time, they almost all knew. Could it be that this kid came up with some new tricks behind their backs? Unkind. Really unkind. Looking at the pigs all over the ground, and even sometimes, the pigs rubbed against people, several people hurriedly clustered around Li Shimin and Li Yuan in fright. Yuqi Gong shouted angrily, "Damn, whose pig is this? How can such filthy things be allowed to wander about on the streets?" In an instant, the people on the street were all stunned. Li Yuan stared at Yuqi Gong somewhat speechlessly. "What are you shouting for? Isn't this exactly what we want? Only this way can we really be happy with the people." Hearing this, Yuqi Gong shrunk his neck and hurriedly hid behind Wei Zheng, not daring to speak. "Yo, isn't this Lao Li?" At this moment, following Yuqi Gong's roar, some acquaintances seemed to have recognized Li Shimin. In an instant, the Jinwu guards hurriedly went on alert. Li Shimin also looked at the person who came. The person who came was dressed coarsely, his exposed big belly was dripping with sweat at this time. Behind him was a large handcart, pulling a large cart of unknown things. Li Shimin thought deeply for a while before he couldn't help but say, "You're Zheng Tufu?" Hearing this, that person laughed and said, "Isn't it me? Why didn't I see Feng Zi today? You guys are." The person who came was Zheng Tufu. Only at this time, although Zheng Tufu's whole body was still black and shiny, but his face had a rosy color, and the clothes on his body were no longer the rough linen clothes from before. Instead, he changed into a decent set of silk clothes. Seeing Li Shimin and the others looking at him, Zheng Tufu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He took out a bag from the handcart and pulled out a handful of cigarettes. He greeted them one by one and dispersed the smoke. Then he said, "What are you doing here?" When Yu Qigong saw this, he said, "Didn't I hear that Feng Zi has made a name for himself here? That's why I came to take a look. Weren't you slaughtering pigs at the food factory before? Why are you shopping here?" Zheng Tufu waved his hand and said, "What purchase? Didn't Feng Zi ask me to come here to do this pig business?" While they were talking, a sow with a group of piglets shuttled through the crowd in a panic under the urging of a woman. The pig was about to touch Li Shimin. Zheng Tufu panicked and grabbed the few of them. Come, come, come. My house is just ahead. Let's go in and talk. This place is really not a place for honorable guests. I think the thing you're looking for should be what I'm working on right now." Li Shimin had heard Li Yuan mention it before he came. Seeing the situation now, the few of them were really annoyed by this scene. Then they pulled the handcart together with Zheng Tufu. With the help of the Jinwu guards, they finally managed to move the cart of things into the house with great difficulty. The house was not big. It was the kind of house of a village. But relatively speaking, it still had some facade. There was even a gilded sign hanging on the door of the house. The words, "Zheng Residence," were written on it. The few of them entered the house. They were instantly stunned by the scene in the house. In the courtyard of the mansion, there were sacks of things piled up everywhere. Most importantly, these sacks were emitting bursts of fragrances. It smelled like bran and also like oil residue. The courtyard of the house was not like that of an ordinary house. There were sheds built in the courtyard of the house. These sacks were stacked in these sheds, leaving only a narrow passage. At this time, there were sounds of bargaining coming from the courtyard from time to time. There were also piles of things being moved out, as well as sacks of things being moved out. At this moment, everyone saw that the sack was filled with things that were a little bigger than soybeans. The fragrance was coming from these things. When everyone saw Zheng Tufu, they all greeted him. Zheng Tufu was also forthright. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone and ordered the servants to move the things on the handcart in. After that, Zheng Tufu then led Li Shimin and the others into the living room. As soon as they entered, Zheng Tufu shouted at the top of his voice, "Old woman, the noble is here. Quickly make tea." While speaking, Zheng Tufu hurriedly asked the few of them to sit down. Then he said with a smile, "Everyone is a little negligent. The things in this courtyard were made by Feng Zi and Dr. Sunday. It's called fodder." Li Yuan was a little curious. "I know about this fodder. We know about this craftsman. We know about pigs and so on. But, what are they doing?" Zheng Tufu suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. You've seen those pigs on the street, right? Those things came from me. I don't kill pigs to sell meat now. I've changed to raising sows." Ha ha ha. How about it? Li Shimin did not care about this at this time. He asked, "I heard that these pigs can produce meat in less than 3 months. Zheng Tufu heard this and smiled mysteriously. Go, go, go. Let's go take a look at my pigs. You'll know." Hearing this, Li Shimin and Li Yuan both stood up. However, they were hurriedly stopped by Wei Zheng. Great master, second master, how can you go to such a place? I'll go take a look. How about it? Chapter 1571. Li Shimin heard that. He hesitated a little. This thing could indeed be considered as pickled meat. However, if it could really be produced in 3 months, it would be another blessing for the Tang dynasty. Now, the main meat of the Tang dynasty and the whole world almost came from sheep, and this lamb needed a year to grow. An adult lamb only had 15 to 50 catties of meat. This was still good. This little bit of meat. What could it do? How much would it be in a year? However, if this pig could really be produced in 3 months, on the one hand, it could solve the selectivity of the Tang dynasty in meat, and thus it would also become an income for the Tang dynasty to export to foreign countries. Moreover, after Zhang Feng's operation. At this time, this meat had already been accepted by the princes, dukes, and ministers. It had become the most important meat besides cattle, sheep, and horse meat. The main thing was that it was cheap. Moreover, the meat was not as rough as cattle and mutton. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "It's just a pig. What's there to be afraid of?" Moreover, Fengzi spent so much time tinkering with it. I also want to see what's so great about it. Li Yuan also followed Zheng Tufu early. With a cigarette in his mouth, he left one after the other, laughing loudly. Everyone was also speechless and could only hurriedly follow. The house was not big. When they came out of the back hall, they could hear the sound of pigs snorting. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 sounds. Listening to the sound, it seemed that many pigs were clamoring. The suffocating smell of feces that went straight to the top of their heads directly made them feel a sense of suffocation. However, the few of them endured it and plunged headfirst into the cave. In the backyard, there were about 15 very small pig houses separated. This pattern was similar to the gray building on Shao Mountain, and a few of them were glossy and smooth. At first glance, those pigs were as long as mules that had shed their hair. Yu Qigong visually measured the pigs and then looked at the carrying pole beside them. He suddenly felt that the pigs seemed to be longer than the carrying pole. This time, Li Shimin and the others were completely dumbfounded. This pig, it was really big. And the most important thing was, this pig was as strong as a calf. At this moment, it was lying on the edge of a wooden trough, eating the feed in the trough while playing with the trough. Yu Qigong looked at the pig in disbelief. He looked at it and said, "Old Zheng, tell me honestly, how long have you been rearing this pig? This pig looks to be more than 100 kilograms, right?" Zheng Tufu laughed proudly. Then, he said mysteriously, "I brought these pigs down from the mountain a month ago. Taking everything into account, these pigs have grown from piglets to this size in just 2 months." Hearing this, Li Shimin and Li Yuan couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. 3 months. Could it be like this in 3 months? If these pigs were all grown up, wouldn't it mean that everyone in Chang'an could afford to eat meat? And this meat could also become the main export product of the Tang dynasty? Thinking of this, Li Shimin was very excited. It took a long time for him to recover. So did Li Yuan. As for Yu Qigong and the others, they were still disdainful a moment ago, but now, they were directly lying on the pigsty, looking at these pigs. What was this? This was walking money. It was rare for them to eat meat in their mansions. It was not that they couldn't afford it, but there were very few people selling meat. Even if there were occasionally people selling pork and dog meat in the past, who would eat that kind of meat except for the lower class? But now? This meat, if it really didn't have a fishy smell, then, 10 copper coins per kilogram? 10 copper coins? This was all money. And they had many mansions. If they took out any one of them, wouldn't they raise hundreds of pigs in a year? It could be said that everyone present at this time was thinking in their hearts. This was all money. After showing off for a while, Zheng Tufu waved his hand and said, "Okay, gentlemen, let's go to the front yard. After all, it's a little dirty here. Let's go to the front yard and talk while eating. Today, I prepared some good things. Originally, I hid them for Fengzi, but that kid didn't come to me at all. Today, I'll borrow your good fortune to have a taste of this tasteless meat. At this time, Li Shimin and the others' thoughts were no longer on eating and drinking, but on thinking about this pig. Now, the trade of the Tang dynasty was basically focused on tea, silk, and porcelain. If this pork really did not have a fishy smell and could be popularized in the Tang dynasty, then in less than a year, this thing was destined to become the fourth largest economy in the Tang dynasty. At that time, the matter of Qiuzi would be settled. When the world was awed, this thing would be pushed out at the same time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin patted Zheng Tufu's shoulder and said, "Old Zheng, tell me, can these pigs really grow so big in 3 months?" Zheng Tufu was a little confused. "So I didn't say it in detail just now? Come, let's talk about this fodder first." Once again, Zheng Tufu explained the feed to him. Immediately, Li Shimin could no longer suppress the heat in his eyes. He patted Zheng Tufu's shoulder heavily and said, "Old Zheng, do you want to make a fortune?" Chapter 1572. Zheng Tufu was dumbfounded by the words, "Do you want to make a fortune?" Wei Zheng and the others were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this Zhang Feng's catchphrase? How did His Majesty learn it? Most importantly, how did he say it so naturally? Zheng Tufu was a little dumbfounded, but he knew that these people were all big shots and were Zhang Feng's brothers. White Deer College was built by these people through their connections. Otherwise, with Feng Zi's family background, he might be able to build something like this even if he emptied his pockets. Zheng Tufu laughed dryly and invited them into the central room. As soon as they entered the central room, Zheng Tufu said, "We're standing in Fengzi's light, so we'll call you Master Li." Although Fengzi once said that I and that fellow Ma Zhou would be responsible for getting the pig out to feed the common people. But no matter what, this thing belongs to Fengzi. It's useless for you to tell me. I know that this thing can make a lot of money, but I can't read and don't know anything. Why don't you ask Fengzi? In the end, Zheng Tufu was just working for Fengzi. If it was a normal pig business, he could make the decision for 10 or even 100 pigs. However, he didn't dare to do business with Lao Li. After all, how could an ordinary commoner like him be able to befriend a merchant who could afford to build an academy and had an important relationship with the court? Therefore, Zheng Tufu did not even think about it and rejected it. Li Shimin didn't expect such a solution and was a little dumbfounded. In his opinion, this trick had always worked with Feng Zi. Every time Feng Zi said that he could make money, whether he wanted to make money or not, he was destined to come up with something amazing. But now? Why did he miscalculate here? Li Shimin even began to wonder if he had done something wrong. Ahem, second master, someone is looking for you outside. At this moment, Wei Zheng coughed hurriedly and interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. Li Shimin was stunned. What's the matter? Wei Zheng glanced at Zheng Tufu and said, "Just now, someone from home said that our herbal field in Longyu was robbed." What? Li Shimin was shocked. Only a few of them knew about the herbal field that Wei Zheng was talking about. How could there be a herbal field? It was just an excuse. But now that Wei Zheng said this, could it be? Li Shimin's face couldn't help but darken. He hurriedly got up and said, "Sorry for disturbing you today. Let's meet again another day. Old Feng, Old Wei, you two go to the mountain and tell Fengzi about this matter. As for these pigs, I plan to buy them after our phosphate fertilizer factory opens. At that time, there will definitely be high-ranking officials and dignitaries, as well as merchants from all over the country. At that time, our chance to make a fortune will really come." After that, Li Shimin left in a hurry. Zheng Tufu looked at Zheng Tufu. When he Tufu. Zheng Tufu's wife happened to be carrying plates of fragrant dishes. But when she saw that he Tufu was gone, she was instantly stunned. I say, master, where is he? Zheng Tufu shrugged and said, he's gone. What? The woman exclaimed and looked at the dishes in her hands. Looking at the real butcher's expectant eyes, she covered the dishes with her sleeves and carried them back to the kitchen. Zheng Tufu looked and was dumbfounded. He hurriedly shouted, old woman, what are you doing? The dishes are ready. Won't it be a waste if you don't eat them? Eat, eat, eat. What else do you know besides eating? If you want to eat, wait for me. Call father and mother over. This is what I prepared for Feng Zi. On the other side. As soon as Li Shimin came out of the house, he asked, what happened? Wei Zheng looked around. Yu Qigong and the others, either intentionally or unintentionally, also surrounded Li Shimin. He said, His Majesty has just received news from Yuzhou that a large number of Tujue troops from Feng Province, Sheng Province, 2 places have suddenly deployed their troops, and are now stationed less than 10 li outside the city. What? When Li Shimin heard this, his face instantly changed. Feng Province and Sheng Province were places where the Turks intersected. Because these 2 places were not that important and were separated by the Great Wall Fortress, the Turks would not come here under normal circumstances. It was also the main defense line of Chang'an. But at this time, why would Tuli Khan do this at this juncture? Li Shimin was a little confused. He asked, is there anything unusual on the Chotzi side? And how many soldiers are there in these 2 places? Wei Zheng said with a grave expression, there are only 50,000 soldiers in total. But according to the spies, these 50,000 soldiers are the best of the best. As for the Chotzi side, they are still in a standoff. 50,000, Li Shimin's expression turned grave. It had only been 3 days since the incident with Ho Junji, but could this have been planned long ago? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At this time, what he feared the most was this kind of deterrence. If Feng Zi's cannons were ready, then everything would be fine. But now, Feng Zi had only just begun to prepare. This battle, Li Yuan indifferently said, let's go back first. We'll talk about it when we get back. Chapter 1573. At the entrance of the Imperial Study. By the time Li Shimin arrived, everyone from the military had already arrived. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Seeing Li Shimin arrive, everyone hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, Feng Province and Sheng Province are in a state of emergency. Just now, Tuli Khan sent a letter of credence. Li Shimin's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeves and sat down on the dragon throne. Where's the letter of credence? Hearing this, Shao Gizi hurriedly took out a scroll made of sheepskin from a small eunuch's tray and handed it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin slowly unfolded it. However, after reading the contents, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. Preposterous. This is simply preposterous. Do they really think there's no one in the Tang dynasty? Yu Qigong. Yu Qigong's body trembled when he heard this. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty. Order the garrison in Chang'an, Luozhou, and all other garrisons to reinforce the 2 places. I don't believe that we can't defeat the enemy with all the forces in the Guanyi and Hedong provinces. Li Shimin's rage shocked everyone. Wei Zheng hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty, you see, there's a shortage of food in the country right now. All the people are preparing for the autumn planting. If we start a war at this time, it'll cause poverty and increase taxes. All the people in the country will have to pay for the autumn planting this year. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, we feel that this matter needs to be discussed properly. If we start a war now, it'll only bring harm to the Tang dynasty. Since Tuli Khan can declare war at this time, it means that he's been planning this for a long time. He's forcing us to send out troops. Your Majesty, enough. Li Shimin angrily slammed the table and threw the letter of credence on the table at Wei Zheng. Go and read it. Read what that old bastard Tuli said. Wei Zheng hurriedly grabbed the letter of credence on the floor and read it carefully. This letter of credence was not written in the Turkic language. Instead, it was written in the language of the Han people. It first boasted that the Turks wanted to celebrate the Chinese New Year in Chang and City, and other nonsense words. Then, it said that the Tang dynasty wanted 3 million dan of grain, as well as hundreds of thousands of military horses purchased from the Turks. And even directly marrying a princess to Tuli as a show of sincerity. That wasn't all. It also said that the people of the Tang dynasty had to give the Turks salt, the recipe for braised meat, and dozens of other things. Among them, the most important things were the things that Zhang Feng came up with, such as the bone regeneration technique and the blood transfusion technique, which was also the blood transfusion technique that Zhang Feng mentioned. There was also the salt, military affairs, psychology, and especially the things from White Deer College that had to be packed up and brought over. At this moment, Wei Zheng and the others were aghast. As they looked at the heavy letter of credence, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This wasn't a letter of credence. This was a national humiliation. This was simply going too far. No wonder the emperor was so angry. No one could bear it. This is too much of a bully. Chen Yaojin angrily tore the letter of credence and knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, this subject requests that your Majesty bestow 100,000 soldiers and horses. No, 80,000 is enough. This subject will go and destroy him. Your Majesty, this subject is also willing to go. Your Majesty, send the troops. At this moment, Wei Zheng couldn't persuade Zhongsun Wuji. Seeing that he was still squinting, he hurriedly said, Lord Zhongsun, say something. At this moment, Li Shimin also saw Zhongsun Wuji and said, Zhongsun, tell us your opinion. Zhongsun Wuji heard this and said, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the most important thing now is to seek peace. Oh? Li Shimin frowned slightly. Wei Zheng and the others also frowned. However, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were in an uproar. They cursed Zhongsun Wuji for being a spineless person. Li Shimin's expression changed slightly. In an instant, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong were like frightened rabbits, and their voices came to an abrupt halt. Minister Zhongsun, tell us your opinion. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the most important thing now is to seek peace. The Turkic Khaganate is suffering from internal strife and the plague of locusts. Seeing that winter is coming, this Tuli Khan definitely won't dare to start a war at this time. This time, he came to these two places to ask for your Majesty's help, but he can't bring himself to do so, so. Li Shimin heard this. His eyebrows twitched wildly. At this moment, Zhongsun Wuji's words seemed to have opened a small window for him. Due to the plague of locusts, snow, and famine, the Turkic Khaganate had caused internal strife among the tribes. Under Zhang Feng's strategy, almost half of the Turkic Khaganate's warhorses had been bought over. Who wouldn't be anxious if this happened to them? Winter was coming soon. Once winter came, a large number of Turkic Khaganates would die of hunger and cold. Therefore, at this time, the Tuli Khan's actions could be considered to have found an opportunity. At the thought of this, Li Shimin's mood instantly calmed down. Chapter 1574. My beloved subjects, we feel that we need to discuss this matter further. Yu Qigong panicked when he heard that. Your Majesty, what else is there to discuss? Everything is clear. That old thief Tuli is seizing the opportunity to extort and blackmail us. If we continue to hesitate, perhaps this is all part of that old thief Tuli's scheme. By the time we continue to discuss this matter, perhaps Shang Province and Feng Province will already be gone. Your Majesty, old man Yuchi is right. If we continue to discuss this matter, they might even be laughing at us in that tent right now. What are we waiting for? We need to hurry and send out our troops. Your Majesty, enough. Somewhat annoyed, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter will be discussed at the morning court tomorrow. Afterwards, we will make a final decision. Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, I order the two of you to quickly and secretly send spies to Feng Province and Shing Province to investigate the situation. At the same time, send a message to Niu Jinda. The battle at Qiuzi cannot be delayed for even a moment. The fortifications must be stabilized." The few of them couldn't help but tremble. They hastily bowed. They hastily withdrew. Once the army had left, only then did Li Shimin stare blankly at the detailed and accurate map on the wall of the imperial study. From Chang'an to Guanyi Daodao and these two places, it would only take 3 days to get there. That is to say, 3 days. That is, 3 days is the time this Gij Ho Junji died. That is to say, this Tuli also interacted with that Ho Junji? Then what about Xieli? Li Shimin couldn't help but think about everything that had happened in Tubo, Tuyuhun, India, and the Turkic Khaganate. Now that he connected the dots with this Ho Junji, he suddenly realized that these people and matters really did seem to be connected by some unknown thread. Was someone really behind all of this? This person. It seemed that Ho Junji, Li Shimin deeply sighed. When Wei Zheng saw this, he hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, did you discover something?" Li Shimin nodded. "Prime Minister Wei, do you still remember Helan Mountain?" In an instant, Wei Zheng understood. On this map. That year, it was because of Huatsubing that the Xiongnu were broken up in one battle, which resulted in the current Turks and Huaiji. But at this moment, why did Tuli choose this place instead of other places? What was his purpose? One must know that the Xiongnu were the ancestors of the Turks. With that old bastard Tuli Khan's crafty character, if he did not have any other intentions, how could he set up the battlefield in 2 places at the same time? Moreover, it was a taboo for military strategists to divide their forces into 2. He was all too familiar with Tuli's character. Moreover, as soon as he set up the battle array, he began to write the letter of credence. What was he doing? This was clearly a form of pressure. At this time, the only thing that was fighting at the border was none other than the Qiuzi side. At this time and place, the Qiuzi side was still in a deadlock. If Li Shimin's guess was correct, the Qiuzi side should have received the news at the same time as Tuli's letter of credence. At the thought of this, Li Shimin's expression became even more gloomy. It was obvious that they wanted him to divide his forces. In particular, they wanted the Qiuzi people's attention to this place. What was this place? Once they crossed the Helan Mountains, they would reach Chang'an City in less than 2 days. This was all part of his plan. Li Shimin instantly lost his composure when he thought of this. At this time, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and Du Ruhui were also very anxious when they saw Li Shimin's expression and the map. "Your Majesty, is this related to the war in Qiuzi?" Finally, it was Zhangsun Wuji who broke the silence and asked. Li Shimin nodded and said, "That's right. This is only one of the reasons. They want to divide the forces of the Tang dynasty. I suspect that these 2 places are just a pretense. I suspect that they have other purposes." Hearing this, they were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the place where Qiuzi and Fengzhou were. They couldn't help but fall silent. But they couldn't figure out anything. Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, we are slow-witted. Please enlighten us." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter is not urgent. Let's take it easy. By the way, Zhangsun, I have a task for you." Hearing this, Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please enlighten us." Wei Zheng and the others also hurriedly bowed. Li Shimin said, "From now on, quickly send an envoy to negotiate with Tuli. This matter must be done as soon as possible. You go personally. Also, wait for Fang Xianling. Go to the mountain and find Fengzi in person. Don't mention this matter. Ask him to get a few more cannons and see if it works." Hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched. His Majesty was really anxious. Although they hadn't seen the power of those cannons, since Zhang Feng said so, they must be very powerful. If 10 cannons could pacify Qiuzi, then if 5 more cannons were built, wouldn't they be able to solve the war in Fengzhou and Shenzhou as well? Thinking about it this way, at this time, they also understood the emperor's strategy. That was to first send someone to delay that old thief Tuli and wait for Zhang Feng's cannons. Once the cannons were built, everything would be fine. Chapter 1575. Compared to the turmoil in the palace, Shao Mountain regained its usual peace and tranquility. The market at the foot of the mountain was still the same as before. There were clamorous noises, fierce bargaining sounds, and the endless stream of carriages going back and forth on the straight and clean cement road. As if showing off, the carriages went away noisily. Then another group of carriages, full of goods, creaked and creaked as they came. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. The old village head was like a local tycoon, leading a group of men dressed in the uniform of White Deer Institute, strolling along the streets while carrying Qi Mei cudgels. Since the tragedy of Qian Wanli last time. At the foot of the mountain, the old village chief didn't care about the paper mill anymore. Instead, he patrolled the streets with the bailiffs and constables all day long. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he would immediately take action. He would interrogate it first before giving up. And on the mountain, the sound of reading rose and fell one after another. On the mountain, as usual, the students were still studying Zhang Feng's textbooks as usual. Ever since they had seen the miraculous thing known as phosphate fertilizer, all of the students seemed to have gone crazy, and they did their best to learn. Especially after seeing the big water wheel in the dormitory area, under the big waterfall, and the set of things they couldn't name with clear water that could be used at the door of the dormitory. All the students' minds were even crazier. Every day after class, all the students would run to the door of Zhang Feng's villa to watch the scene of Chen Tiniu, Fang Yi, and the others being cursed by Zhang Feng. Especially after the cursing, the dean would personally explain the principle of the windmill to them. At this moment, all the students would take out their notebooks and write down everything that Zhang Feng had said without missing a single word. This almost became the daily routine for every student to collect the dean's classic quotes. At this time, in front of Zhang Feng's villa, in front of a pile of rotten wood, Cheng Chumo and Fang Yi stood there in a daze with their heads down. And in an instant, all the students cheered. Because the dean had come out. But this time, it was very rare. Cheng Tiniu and the others stood there for a full hour before Zhang Feng walked out of the villa. And behind Zhang Feng, the students saw an old man. The students who came early seemed to have thought of something. This was the honorary vice principal of the academy. This time, everyone became even more excited. The person behind Zhang Feng was naturally Li Yuan, who had just been outside the city with Li Shimin. It was rare for him to leave the palace. Anyway, there were many things. Li Yuan was still looking for Zhang Feng, so he went up the mountain along the way. At this time, after Cheng Chumo saw Li Yuan, his expression became even more flustered. Li Yuan smiled as he looked at the students in the distance. After waving his hand in greeting, he stared at Cheng Chumo and said, "Iron Bull, is this the water wheel you tinkered with?" Cheng Chumo laughed embarrassedly and said, "Old master, we made it." Li Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. He looked at the huge water wheel on the lake, all the way to the villa area, as well as the water troughs in the dormitory area. Then, he looked at a piece of missing wood and said, "This thing is not bad." Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but be angry. "I say, old master, you are sincerely trying to undermine me, aren't you?" Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed and said, No, how could this be? I was thinking, towards this guy who even their parents could not do anything to, he could actually make such a meticulous work. I really have a whole new level of respect for him." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression became a little better. Pointing at the wood chips on the ground, he said, "What is this?" Hearing this, Chen Chumo said, "Fengzi, take a look. This thing, I did indeed make it according to the book. But in less than 3 days, these water wheels have almost all been changed. This is not good." Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Now you know it's not good, right?" In an instant, Zhang Feng and the others heard the sound of the students flipping through small books not far away. This scene could not help but make Li Yuan somewhat stunned. "This is," Zhang Feng said speechlessly, "this is all secretly learning. These few good-for-nothings, by the time I teach you guys, perhaps every student here would have already learned it." Cheng Chumo and the others chuckled. Turning around, they glared at the crowd. The students automatically ignored their threatening gazes, still looking at Zhang Feng with a face full of worship. The brush in their hands was also dipped in ink in a small box in their arms, waiting for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was somewhat speechless. "I told you guys before, if you have nothing to do, go and study the dynamics of water, as well as the transmission device of the metal car I made before. Look, this water wheel is not wrong, everything is not wrong. But have you thought of a problem, and that is the friction of objects? Go and carefully ponder what exactly is the problem with this thing. If you don't solve this problem for me today, no one can sleep tonight. Tomorrow, it will be used at the foot of the mountain, and you guys are still dawdling here for me?" Hearing this, a large amount of cold sweat instantly seeped out of their heads. They hurriedly packed up a large pile of materials and scampered away. And the students in the distance were dumbfounded at this. It was over? Chapter 1576. After seeing them off, Yi Zichen said. Only then did Zhang Feng return to the villa with Li Yuan. As soon as he entered the door, Li Yuan asked directly, "Boy, this thing is used in the phosphate fertilizer factory?" Seeing Zhang Feng nod, Li Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. He asked, "This thing, I don't see anything magical about it. What can this thing be used for?" Zhang Feng chuckled and tossed a cigarette to Li Yuan. "This is a secret. If you want to know, you can go and see for yourself when the time comes. Anyway, old master, when did you go up the mountain this time?" Li Yuan spread his hands and said, "I heard that you are amazing and made some amazing things. Old man came to see." Zhang Feng heard this and instantly had a headache. "That's enough, old master. That thing is used to kill people. With your old arms and legs, if something happens to you, we won't be able to afford it." Zhang Feng had seen how difficult it was to deal with old Master Li. They were worthy of being father and son. However, compared to Lao Li, Zhang Feng could still deal with him. But this old Master Li, he was simply old and cunning. Moreover, this thing was made for the royal family. If he made it out, then there would be a lot of fun. That was no longer a small problem, but a big problem. At that time, if something went wrong, Zhang Feng's head would be moved. This batch of military weapons was the existence of the trump card, which determined the success or failure of the war. At this time, although Zhang Feng was extremely unwilling to make this batch of things, and because of this matter, he had to. Yu Shernan and several other great scholars had an ideological meeting for the whole night. However, Zhang Feng still persevered. First of all, as Zhang Feng said, if there was no peace in the world, how could there be peace in the country? Besides, this thing, at this time, at the border, had not been completely equipped with it. Once it was leaked, it would be a great crisis. First of all, would the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans be willing to see these things? In addition, the war was about to break out, which was also the time when spies from both sides were the most active. At this time, Zhang Feng guessed that he had been surrounded by spies on the mountain. At this time, once the old man got addicted to playing with this thing, he would be able to trick one of them away. That would really be fun. Li Yuan squinted at Zhang Feng's eyes and said with a smile, "Old man, I'm just asking. Don't think too much. I still know the priorities of these things. By the way, Fengzi, let me ask you something. Last night, an old friend came to visit and told old man about the recent situation in Chang'an City. What do you want to say about this?" Zhang Feng shrugged. "You have to ask His Majesty about this." "How would I know?" Li Yuan seemed to have long known that Zhang Feng would have such a reply. He laughed mischievously, causing goosebumps all over Zhang Feng's body to fall to the ground. He stopped Li Yuan and said, "Old man, do you have something to say?" "Nothing. It's just that the people from the Ministry of Works came to see old man yesterday. They heard that old man is the honorary vice president of White Deer College, so they asked me to repair the burned places in Chang'an City, especially the rebuilding of the two cities." Zhang Feng did not take it to heart. He said casually, "Oh, and?" "I agreed, but I don't have the funds, and I don't know how to build it. They want to build it in the style of these houses on the mountain, so I came up the mountain today to ask." Zhang Feng was a little speechless. These things, let him do it. How could he have the time to worry about these things? He answered directly, "No time." "Then what are you busy with?" Li Yuan was asking. In fact, Li Yuan and Li Shimin had been thinking about this kind of house on the mountain for a long time. But they could not do anything about it. This kid just refused to relent and was not willing to hand over the drawings and the workmanship to them. This made Li Shimin and Li Yuan both angry and speechless. "Speaking of which, you've already done it. Why are you still so stingy about this? When the time comes, will I give you less benefits?" Li Yuan said speechlessly, "The Ministry of Works has paid for it. In addition, the people from the Ministry of Works also said that the reconstruction and renovation of all places in Chang'an will be handed over to our academy. You see, this kind of good thing, you've made many people jealous. As the saying goes, it's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. You see, you're living so comfortably. If one day His Majesty is interested and comes to your academy to look at your house and then look at the prescription at the foot of the mountain, what will His Majesty say? When the time comes, if someone takes advantage of you and says that you're not willing to repair the construction of the two cities, how will His Majesty look at you? That's all. Shining silver. Besides, don't many students in our academy know how to do it? At this time, isn't it just right to cooperate with the Ministry of Works? 3 years later, even if your students don't have to take the imperial examination, they can directly work in the Ministry of Works. Such a good opportunity, are you willing to give it up? Think about it, when you go to the imperial court to be an official, can you still stay on the mountain for a lifetime? Are you still willing to live in that kind of dilapidated house? Zhang Feng seemed to be a little tempted. Slowly reaching out his hand, he looked at Li Yuan and said, "In that case, let's first pay for the cement to repair the Dongdu."